All right, we're back from closed session. City Attorney, was there any reportable action during the closed session?
No reportable action.
With that, we will adjourn the special meeting and we will reconvene at 6 o'clock for the regular city council meeting. Thank you. We're going to start our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's May 6, 2024 at 6 p.m. in the Selma City Council Chambers, 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is from Pastor Efren Herrera from the Church of God. Welcome, Pastor.
Thank you for having me. I just want to thank you guys for having me and thank you all for joining us today as we do this invocation. Let us bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come to you and are gathered here in the mighty name of Jesus Christ, Father God. Your word says where two or more are gathered, Father, that you are in the midst of us, Father God. And we thank you as we pray, Father God, you are hearing us as we lean closer to you, you lean to us, Father God. We pray, Father God, that you'll bless this council meeting today, Father God. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for peace upon this meeting, Father God. And we pray that you'll continue to bless our council members, our first responders, Father God, those who are serving schools. We pray that you fill them also with blessings, Father, with wisdom as they teach children, Father. We pray that you'll guide them in your truth, Father God. We thank you, Father God, for this city and for the things that you're going to do and you are doing in the city, Father God, as you work through each and every one of us, Father. We give you all the praise and all the glory, Father God. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Garrett,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member who has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.2B. And tonight we are going to have a move. We are going to move item 5 from the regular business agenda up to item 1, since there's been considerable public interest in this, and we have a number of folks in the audience tonight. We would like to move this up to give everyone a chance to address that, and then if they don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting, can go on with the rest of their evening. Moving on, oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and direct them towards the council only. Do we have any oral communications at this time? Come on up, sir.
Hello, everyone. My name is Santiago Ceguera, 2209 Thompson, District 4. I have a couple of questions, concerns. The first one, it's having to do with the shelter. There's been a couple of things posted. Actually, the shelter has now been requesting donations. I thought this shelter is being run by the city. And if so, why are they requesting donations? We weren't this on the same boat before with the other people taking care of it? Also, there was another item listed that there was a couple of puppies that went to the shelter that had parvo. And because they had parvo, they were gonna be euthanized. That to me doesn't seem like a very good thing to do. Luckily, there was a person that volunteered to pick him up and take him to the vet. So that's that item. And the next item is we really need to consider doing the lighting by the art center. That parking lot is mighty dark. I was there for the last day of Matilda, and I tell you what, it's dark. Not only the front there, but then they told me to go check out the back behind there. And behind there is where all the kids park. the actors and stuff because there's not enough parking and it's really, really dark back there. So that lighting there needs to be addressed too. And, I think we need to put a priority on that. I know we keep talking about it and we're gonna do this and that and that and this, but I think the safety and the well-being of some people and other people that come to see the shows, especially the kids and the actors that, devote all their time to do this, they need to get some kind of protection. Either that or let's put police out there, to patrol. Because all we need is for something to happen, and you've already been made aware of this, anything after this or before, it's gonna be considered negligence, because you knew, and we didn't do anything about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other oral communications at this time? Do we have anybody online or on the phone who would like to say anything? That we will move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like to remove from the consent calendar tonight? I would like to remove item E, the check register, which is dated April 22nd. Is there a motion to approve items A through D?
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Garrett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, I have an item on page 74. Check number 83956. It's from Brown's Dock and Door. It's Public Works furnishing and install metal doors at the old PD station.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. So yes, those metal doors were put on at the old PD because we had vagrants that came through and threw bricks through the front window of the glass doors. The glass doors that were on there had to be replaced no matter what. The frames were bad on them, but there's still an evidence locker in that department that is currently being used. And so security for that building is of a critical importance. And so when we looked into the replacement of the doors, the hollow metal security doors was the decision that we chose to go with for security purposes.
Got it. Thank you, Director Hunt. And are there cameras at the old PD station that are working?
So there are cameras, but we're also going through the process of upgrading with Johnson Controls for the security systems, not just there, but citywide.
Was
So
there actually any theft that
there was
happened?
there was no theft, but they threw the brick through the outside glass door, which allowed them access to the inside perimeter door, which got them into the building. They didn't do any damage beyond that. I think that something probably scared them out of there. They weren't in there long enough to do any further damage, but the doors had to be replaced. So,
They saw the signs for
What's that?
asbestos that said you better get out of here. It's dangerous in here.
yeah,
So-
we don't have that yet.
All right.
You brought up a good point, Johnson Controls. Are you factoring that analysis and bringing it to the next budget? Or are you gonna bring it in as just a line
I
item?
have factored that into the budgeting process,
Right.
yes.
So in your opinion, it would be much harder to get into the PD station at this time?
Yes, it would be
The old
very
PD
difficult to
station.
get in there.
Okay, thank you. Any other council member have any items they'd like to take off the check register? Do we have anybody from the public who would like to say anything about the check register? Anybody online or on the phone with a comment about the check register? That will bring the matter back. And I'll make a motion to approve the check register. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Garrett,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
And with that, we will move on to our regular business agenda tonight. As I discussed earlier, during agenda changes or deletions, we're going to move item 5 up to item number 1. And that will be reviewing the revisions to the special event permits and associated fees.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Before Deputy City Manager Keen discusses the item, I wanted to, preface for the council and the community why this item is being discussed. As the council recalls, over the last year, city staff, with direction from the council, has undertaken a process to look at our special events, the fees that are charged, the process that applicants have to go through in order to have a special event. And it's been a very iterative process, constantly changing. And the council has approved the policy with fee reductions, a new process through which, special events are permitted, the establishment of legacy events with a budget within the city's budget, and also a tiered reduction in special event fees that can be waived for nonprofits. If you recall, the council approved a tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 with up to 50% reduction in application special event fees. However, as as the community has, continued to apply for special events, different circumstances have arisen that have made it clear that we need to continue to look at our policy that the council approved to be more flexible and to be more responsive to the community. Our goal here at the city as a staff is to first and foremost help the residents of the community do what they want to do. The question is, what is the established policy that the council has established? What does staff have to follow? What does the municipal code have to say? But we've looked at different aspects of the municipal code. We have some recommendations. We looked at other communities and kind of what they're doing to make sure that, we're providing the utmost flexibility for our residents to be able to have events without it being too restrictive or cost prohibitive. As Deputy City Manager is going to allude to right now, we're required by the Selma Municipal Code to recover 100% of the costs of what it takes to manage or to permit these events at our facilities. But if there's any flexibility that council is willing to consider, then we'd be happy to make it to bring something back to the council to consider for approval. But without further ado, I'll hand it over to Deputy City Manager, and we'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards.
Thank you, City Manager. And I don't know how much more I can add to that presentation, apart from, as was brought up, this is an iterative process. We are constantly reviewing and measuring ourselves by the region. And staff conducted a brief review of surrounding communities. If the city clerk could pass that to the council, if it's already up there. Okay, cool. And what you will see is, for the most part, yes, park rentals varies, but that varies from community in terms of the type of facilities that they have. Some have significant deposits as well as a fee for usage. But I think the clear difference is, as the city manager stated, that the permit fee is required by our ordinance to be 100% cost recoverable. And perhaps in other communities, as stated in the staff report, they collect a considerably less fee because they view community events as having other value other than just needing cost recovery, right? And so you'll see fees for special events ranging $25, $10, $40. Some communities in the $250 to $2,000 range, but for the most part, they are less than what we have likely do. And I've seen some of the fee studies as well as some of the municipal code requirements for cost recovery of community service type events as being less than 100%. So from that standpoint, as the city manager stated, the policy of the city has been to collect 100% for processing those type of applications. If there was a different policy or a different proposal put forth by city council, staff could make the current fee more in line with surrounding communities. But as it stands right now, the municipal code limits what we can charge based off of 100% cost recovery. That being said, some other various, as we term, gaps in terms of, processing special event permits include, making sure we're coordinating traffic control with some events. What can staff do to perhaps find alternative methods that are more cost effective for applicants while protecting, the liability of the city in terms of coming up with guidelines, equipment standards, what have you, for road closures, signage, lastly, in terms of the legacy events, that definition of sponsorship, you know, wasn't very drawn out, I guess, in the policy. And including some other, you know, significant community benefit type items with that definition, such as in-kind or contributions to aid with outside services such as traffic control, other in-kind services such as developing standardized maps to be used year after year for those events, so that there's a clear understanding of what's being done with those legacy events. And staff has already worked to some extent to provide outreach to the organizers for legacy events, to provide materials, provide information, refine traffic control plans, operational plans, timing, so that those events can run smoothly for emergency services, to notify, you know, the residents in the neighborhoods that are being impacted by road closures. All those type of things require coordination between us and the organizers, which is why, you know, for various types of events, we've identified a longer lead time when they're closing roads or using city facilities to allow for that type of coordination. So staff has been proactive in reaching out to some event organizers to make sure that they're aware of the need to coordinate earlier rather than later, get their materials in so that we can have those early discussions, provide various drafts of maps so that everybody understands maybe what roads shouldn't be closed in favor of a different road, so that neighboring residential neighborhoods are not as impacted as maybe they have been in the past. So with that, staff's available for questions. Again, the staff report, I think, lays out some of the gaps that we view with fees, especially in terms of the stated policy, which is stated in the municipal code of 100% cost recovery. But in terms of other coordination issues such as sponsorship, as well as guidelines for traffic control, staff is working to develop more clear guidelines with regard to those items. So.
Thank you.
Just to add to what Deputy City Manager has mentioned, you know, he briefly mentioned, if you could just stay up there, Deputy CM, you know, there has been an issue, and if you could talk about it more with, that has come up about what the city's responsibility for legacy events is. You know, the policy that the council established was very clear in that only the application fees for these events were going to be waived. And it specifically said that staff time and other costs that were required by the city would not be waived per the policy. However, there was a budgeted amount of estimated budgeted amount of $60,000 to $80,000 that the city council agreed could be set aside to be able to support these events. However, with that restriction in there, that only application fees are waived, well, it kind of tied staff's hands, you know, with what else, you know, we can provide in terms of, you know, police coverage or public works time, you know, overtime. You know, there's a $60,000 to $80,000 basically set aside, but how can we use that if only application fees are going to be waived? So we ran into a little bit of a conundrum that I think as part of this process, we need to kind of elaborate a little bit more to make it more clear to staff about what we can actually provide to these legacy events. And that could be, you know, in the form of a sponsorship where the city receives some sort of you know, recognition within, you know, the program or a booth at the event or something like that, right? And then as far as, you know, legacy events go as well, not every one of these legacy events that take place that were approved by the council are the same. So for example, the Sikh Parade is a very large event and takes a lot of coordination. But then we have a smaller parade, the Portuguese parade, that is not necessarily as extensive in terms of the coordination that's required, nor should the costs, you know, or the requirements of the city be the same as that particular event. So where is the flexibility? In the staff report, We talk about, making allowances for traffic control so that the organizers of the Portuguese parade necessarily don't have to go into, contract with a traffic control company, that we can coordinate with them to figure out less, costly options, that it doesn't make the event cost prohibitive. Because the point of making a legacy event is so that it can continue happening for the foreseeable future without any roadblocks. And so a well-intended policy has had some unintended consequences that I think now we need to kind of hash out to make it feasible for everyone to do. So that's really where this conversation is coming from. At the end of the day, city staff and the council, not to speak for the council, but I'm sure this is correct. We want to make sure that these events can happen and without being cost prohibitive. If we can get some direction from the councils to what you would like to see to be able to accommodate these events, that's really what we're looking for.
Thank you, City Manager. I brought this up because I thought we really need to hear from the people on this. I've been hearing a lot from people who've been contacting me regarding just the cost, the sheer cost to put on events in the city has multiplied. And, I think it's a perception thing as well as a reality thing. And I think it's important for us to talk about this tonight. And I think it's a testament to so many people coming out tonight that this is an issue that people are very concerned about. And so I appreciate staff coming up with this and presenting this and giving us the background on this, because I think it's right. I think the way this has gone has been an evolution. We hear a lot about the past and, we're having a revolution. We're not, we're evolving, and this is the first step. And I think we need to make that next step that not only takes care of the liability of the city, but meets the needs of the citizens as well in a cost-effective manner, so that, as the city manager said, the citizens can do what they want to do. So with that, I'll bring it back to the council if there are comments, and then I'd like to certainly open it up and hear from the people on what they would like.
I think a couple of years ago when we were battling so many events wanting to be done in the city, we were looking at what was it costing the city. I think it was something that we really focused on, what the cost factor versus what the actual intangible, what it would bring. But in reality, you guys have said it perfectly. What's tangible? What are we gonna get out of the residents? This is their town. This is our town. And at the end of the day, so what we're really doing is we're looking for the wording and definition of what it's gonna entail for this policy, correct? Our policy has stated this is gonna cover our cost, but how can we meet in the middle and make it cost and bring in the analysis of the other cities, how much the parks are costing, what their cost, what we're charging, and from what I hear, we're very, very high. So I'm really pleased that you guys are coming to a middle and you're saying, hey, let's work this out. And it's us setting the policy, but it's also us going back and listening to the residents and also listening to you guys in regards to what's out there. And in reality, as long as we can come to the understanding of where the cost factor is and some savings, but the intangible about what the residents get and what this community gets is the outcome, right? What we get out of this. So I'm really pleased that you guys are presenting this the way you're presenting it, because, at the very beginning, I just want to make sure that when we're looking at the cost factor of what it was costing us to provide good bathrooms, to provide this service, and how many staff we had, versus now that the residents are really into it. We've got these pop-ups, we've got everybody wanting to come in. And that's what the world's turning to, right? So we need to adapt to that. So what can we do, listening to staff and to the residents? How can we come back and mutually meet in the middle? So I'm really happy about that.
And I'd like to say as well, I agree with the city manager that we do need to bring back the municipal code and clean up the verbiage, because we need to be more flexible. We really do. I mean, some of these events are costing way too much, and people are under the impression when you're saying waived, a city staff is saying, we're waiving the fees. Well, to that person, they're under the assumption that everything's waived. They don't realize that, oh no, you got to go get traffic control. You got to go get your insurance policy. You got to go. So by the time they come back, it adds up, and they're like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to have this event. So those are the things that we need to clean up. And I think that that's what we're doing today and getting that revised. The other thing is, I know I mentioned it before, sometimes it's maybe to put something on paper, giving them a sheet saying, this is what you have to have, cross it off, A, B, and C. This is what it's going to cost, $0 to $200. showing them what this is going to be is probably they're gonna look at this and ask questions and say, well, wait a minute, can you explain this, elaborate this a little more? Because then you're getting, like myself, I'm getting phone calls, well, wait a minute, this is what she said, but then I went and talked to so-and-so and they didn't say that. So I think that the misunderstanding is getting from one city employee to another. And that's where we should put something in writing. That's just what I've been saying. Maybe it's a little, some people probably have to be more visual than an explanation, or, you know, maybe the application isn't very clear. I'm not sure. But that's just what I have seen. And that's what people, or I have heard, because they come to me and ask me. So, you know, I think it's good. Like we're saying, we want to get this cleaned up because our citizens deserve better. They really do. And this is what's going to bring our events that are going to get, you know, bigger and bigger every year. So we need to work together.
And I have to agree, as far as like getting like a checklist or a fact sheet, you know, saying for, per the municipal code, I mean, not get real wordy, but basically saying this is what was agreed upon. The application part is waived, but not these other fees, right? And so the other part of it is, as you mentioned, that the Portuguese fiesta is just one street, right? Or a couple streets, so we have to close down versus the Sikh parade has to have, you know, bigger, we're even shutting down highways, you know, we have to coordinate with Caltrans. So I don't know if there's a cost analysis for that already, if we have that available already, you know, comparing the two. But I do agree with having again, like a fact sheet, one, and then two, you know, now seeing this, I'm hoping that, well, I see that the community's seen it costs X amount for insurance, it costs X amount for this, you know, so they're also looking at what is it costing an individual? Well, all of those costs, the city used to incur, right? So that's kind of, it's an eye opener for everyone, I think, but at the same time, I feel that yes, we do need to coordinate as far as, yes, this is the benefit that it has for the city versus, you know, and also making sure that the stakeholders are also, you know, understanding, you know, we're as a city, we're liable for certain things. And so it's costing us X amount where again, for years, we used to incur those costs. So thank you.
Uh, I'm gonna say like the nonprofits, you know, they're basically either they're fundraiser or providing a activity for the people. So to me, you know, for the city, you know, you might be able to, you know, think about how it would help them, because if they're nonprofit, they're just, it's like you say, trying to make a fundraiser. And then if they're not making any money, then if you're charging them, then mean they're gonna have to go fundraise to do the project, which something is wrong with that picture totally. So to me, if the city's acquiring like $60,000 to $80,000, they think that charging them, you can like, I'm not saying they're asking everything for free, you know, like maybe give them some help, like even, you know, let them, you know, rent your barriers instead of going elsewhere. Or, you know, maybe you guys have an engineer, they could whip up that traffic plan and, you know, 2 hours. I mean, depending on the traffic, because this is not a big parade thing. I'm talking about the Portuguese one. So, you know, can you offer them some help on that? Because, you know, we have to go elsewhere and the fees are coming in enormous, you know, and these are events, which is legacy events that is, you know, that they've been doing it for years and years. And, you know, they're not asking for free, but a little bit of help would good, because, you know, you don't want to take them off the board, you know, you really don't, because this has been here for a long, long time. And, you know, this is our community and this is our people. You know, these are the things that they look forward to. So each event, of course, has their own personality and what it needs to be done. But I think we just, you know, this is good. We're talking about it, and hopefully we will be able to work it together, you know, because like I say, the organization has their own projects, you know, and I think just, you know, let's talk about it and see what it takes to make it easier, because I know the budget's there, but like, they're not asking for thousands of dollars, maybe this project only takes $1,000 to help. Maybe we could take, the money that you say we put aside for, okay, let's help this one because they need it. I mean, you guys get to judge that, but they say, you look at it and see what it takes to do it, and, you need to work with them a little bit, okay? Thanks.
Okay, would anyone from the community like to make their thoughts be known on this? Get their input, please come up, sir.
Hello. It's okay? Can you hear me right here? Yeah, my name is Andy Gonzalez, and I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this issue, which I think is very, very important. Now, it was probably about 2 months ago that I had gone to the city because I wanted to rent the park. I used to do it 20 years ago. I used to rent the park for a peddler's fair, a vintage antique peddler's fair. And at that time, Mike Kirchhoff was in charge of Parks and Recreation. So I went through him. So what it cost me to rent Lincoln Park was $350 back then. Plus I had to get my own insurance, which was $150. Plus I had to get the porta potties, which was another 100. This was like $600. So I had to try to figure out how I was going to be able to make that money back. So I was going to rent spaces out for $35 and probably lose money. And at that time, this was before the internet, before TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I had to do all the work myself. This was a solo project. So I had to get advertising at the Fresno Bee. I had to get advertising for Selma Enterprise. I had to throw out flyers. I had to go to the antique shops and talk to the people. And I did it. I did it for a couple of years. And it just couldn't take off. I wasn't getting in the support from the city, and it just didn't go. And I was getting burned out. But then about 2 months ago, I thought, well, you know what? I think I'm going to try this again with the advent of social media. So, and then I was thinking, and then we got all these young people, all these creatives, they want to do pop-ups, and we could factor all that in. We could do the vintage market. We can bring in a farmer's market. And I don't understand why we don't have a farmer's market, because we're the sign says raising capital of the world. Got Fowler doing it, you got Kingsburg doing it, you got Reedley doing it, you got Clovis doing it, you got Visalia doing it, you got Hanford doing it. We don't do anything. And you're talking about, like, we got all these events happening. I can't think of any. But the Sikh parade, which is wonderful, and then we got the Portuguese, which is coming up. And then we had this carnival. Just past Sunday, I went there, and it was wonderful. It was good to see the families. It was good to see the kids having a good time. But that's it. That's once a year. And that park sits empty. And I don't even want to talk about Pioneer Village, because that's a fiasco. I want to focus on Lincoln Park, downtown Selma. All these young kids want to do things.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
And so that's
Appreciate your
what
comments. Anyone else? Come on up.
Hello, Tisha Cardoza. Here as part of the Portuguese Hall, Portuguese parade that you're talking about. We are one of the legacy groups. We do thank you for making us a legacy group, but this year I have dealt with the permit process that there is, and it's gone kind of back and forth like was talked, and it's great to hear you're going to streamline that, because I was given 3 different directions. One was cheap, one was really expensive. Now we're kind of in the middle. But for our group, we've been doing this since 1907. Pretty sure we're Selma's oldest organization. I was recently sent an article from the Selma irrigator showing when we bought the property in 1907. Not that I was here then, but our ancestors were. And this is a very emotional event for us. We hold it once a year. We follow the Catholic calendar, Trinity Sunday, and we want our little procession with our queens to go from our hall at Nebraska and Dockery to our church of St. Joseph's, straight shot, 30 minutes. And then we have our mass, 30 minutes back. We feed the community. This is what we're here. It's an event we put. We don't make any money off of it. We're lucky if we break even off of donations. We do it, we know, we try to be here for the community. We open our doors to when the senior center couldn't have their Christmas and Thanksgiving. We opened our doors. We want to be a part of this community, but the restrictions or the asks to do our parade with the barricades, the rolling barricades, the traffic control plans, all that, we're looking at $4,000. That is 40% of our budget. So we would have to give up something. We'd have to buy less food. We'd have to have less people. And we tried to bring people to the city of Selma. I don't know how many of you know, but a few years ago, Portuguese Beyond Borders at Fresno State did a documentary of our little town and our little festa. We were the one picked. It's going off to film festivals in Europe. We were part of other little documentaries that have been, we're trying to bring notoriety. We are so proud of our town. And if you didn't know, our queen, there's 70 celebrations in the state of California. Our queen goes, she represents not just our little Portuguese hall, but she represents Selma. She represents us. And to have the restrictions of barricades having to be manned and all these different things, and the cost of $4,000 was just with the insurance as well. I don't know if the insurance can be negotiated based on size of event, but the one size fits all of the 1-2 aggregate something or other to the 2-4 aggregate something or other. I'm told it's not industry standard. It took our wonderful insurance agent a long time to get us the policy, you know. We just need some help. We're fine with change. We're fine with whatever, but $4,000 for the request is just too much. Thank you.
Ms. Cardoza. Anyone else like to come up at this time?
Hello, Samantha. I am the founder of the Valley Market. We have hosted many events here in Selma and have had an amazing turnout. I come today before you all to share my knowledge about these pop-up fees from our surrounding neighbors. Fowler has their vendor business license for $45 for the whole year, January through December. Kingsburg has their vendor business license for $10 per event. And Reedley has their vendor business license for $50 one-time fee and $10 for every event after that for the whole year. These events bring a level of entertainment and a sense of community to our town. All our surrounding towns are seeing the value of these community gatherings and the relationship that they bring. And so should we. We hope moving forward that a lower set of fees might be considered. Thank you.
Good evening, Harvey Singh from Selma, across the highway on Dinuba Avenue there by the airport. Came here for another matter, and we'll speak about that when that comes up. But in the meanwhile, since we are also one of the privileged to be considered, real privileged to be considered by the city of Selma as one of the legacy programs, the Sikh Parade. First of all, a heartfelt gratitude to all of you folks and everybody, especially the city staff, Fernando, deputy manager, and the rest of Amy. She's not here. I would have put in a raise for her, but she's not here this evening. And Reina, heartfelt thank you for extending all the courtesies. And I feel that we probably get more above and beyond courtesies than anybody else in any of the city programs. But then again, we're providing a program that's unique and just like the gal with the Portuguese. It's our cultural program. It's our heritage program. It's our religion program. So we're involved fully, whereas some maybe the Christmas parade might be a city event. Thanksgiving might be a city event. But anyway, back to the subject. Probably not a bad idea to get perspective from the legacy people, maybe have a member from each of the groups that's considered legacy, and have them come and along with the city staff, put a little community board together and get their impressions and perspective, because we all have, like the gal from the Portuguese Hall, she brings some really good points about the insurance and the need for making it more parable, because for us, 4,000 may be a drop in the bucket. For that gal, 4,000 is like the equivalent of 40,000 for us. So but no disparity, no disregard, but I'm just being honest. So not a bad idea to get perspective from each of the legacy that actually have the events. We might be able to loan some ideas, and I just got a couple of good ones. I think somebody said, I think Bev, Councilwoman said about borrowing or renting your barricades, borrowing your this, or borrowing your engineering staff. And I know from a perspective, I thought we got everything taken care of. The fees, like Gora was, as Councilwoman was saying, that once you waive the fee, my mindset is everything is waived. Next thing I know, Chief Andy, in this case, him coming hand in hand for their bill, somebody's coming for this bill. Horn is saying you got this bill, Mackey is saying. So I do understand that plight, and we do realize there's much more. So we can kind of work together on a board or come together and give our ideas, I think be helpful, okay? And then we'll get back to the rest of it, okay? That was just my 2 cents, and that's all I have is 2 cents. Oh, by the way, on the farmer's market, Andy, talk to Fowler, Selma, and Kingsburg and see if we can collaborate. Each town have a market during the summer every week. So instead of having 3 markets at 3 different places during the course of the day, week, one weekend is Fowler, one weekend is Selma, you can get more participation and more bang for your dollar. And this
Thank you,
coming
Mr.
from a
Sting.
farmer.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Danube Avenue. I need clarification. This resolution is merely to adjust the application fee for business licenses? So you're bringing it down from $205 to $155?
That's the public hearing item. This is just a discussion item tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, about special events, permits, and fees. That's coming.
So this is to not charge them any type of business license then?
Yeah, no, that's another agenda item. Just hang out. It'll be here before you know it. Anybody else with a comment about special events, permits, and fees?
Jim Abelo, 1701 Dinuba. You know, special events are very important in communities. Being in the past in government and other cities we looked at, when you look at big hat days, what do you think of Clovis? You think of those events. In the past, City of Selma was on the map. We had the band festival, a legacy itself, raising capital of the world, Sun May uses the template, and also, in the past, we had March for Jesus. And then we have the, other events in our community that we bring people in our community, the showcase. At the same time, they say, well, we got to charge them this and that. No, in the long run, the smartest thing to do is in life, you got to invite them here. It's like an invitation, you got a small price to pay, but once they're here, they're going to buy gas, food. They're going to go to these restaurants. We're going to get our money back in a different way. And like the Sikh community, I'll tell you about the Sikh community there. They're a big event. They bring over 5,000 people a year, over 5,000. Not only do they do something phenomenal, they donate food, but also they come and go to these grocery stores and buy the milk and butter, all this in our community. It's phenomenal what they do. And also we have our band festival every year. Other communities come to our community to see our community. And they want to not only see our community, but they come to the event. They want to go to Lincoln Park and see these church events selling their items, or their things to help their community and our community grow better understanding who we are, Selma residents. We live on this planet Earth. We can't jump off. The best thing we can do is make it better in ourselves, in our community.
And the best way to do it, hey, guys, I mean, I understand the insurance and all this, guys, but at the same time, I understand the business aspect of bringing people together. You know, when you can't have a March for Jesus with a price factor, before it was done, we used to do it religiously. You know, the church community that came, we waived it. We understand what the factors were, but they brought people in our community to showcase, and they brought product to buy and sell to, you know, and it's good. I mean, other churches have event. When I manage, I still manage the United Health, market over there. We brought the Temptations in the city of Selma. You know, I mean, that's phenomenal. We, you know, we belong to the chamber. And we brought them in. Hey, it was a good event. We had, the police were invited, the fire department was invited. Thank you very much.
Mill Street. So here we are again, for maybe a year or over a year. We had the young entrepreneurs with their pop-ups just ready to roll, just excited. And here we are, the city just shut them down basically with all this. And now we have our legacy events that are going through a struggle. Can you, for the record, was there money allocated for the legacy events? Was it 69,000? Can you refresh my memory on that, how much money that was? Does anybody remember when, did they allocate any funding? Or was it 25,000? There was some kind of funding to allocate for certain events. Was it all just the legacy events? If you could refresh my memory, does anybody remember?
Yep.
Was it 25,000? So is there itemized where we could see how much of that was spent on the website, just so it could be transparent? We could see where those are going as well. And if there's anything left over, maybe that's where we can, the city of Selma can say, this is where we could kick in and say how it can happen for them instead of how it can't. We have additional money left over. So maybe do a lottery, do certain things. And also here we are again on, we should have had that checkoff list over a year ago, because that's exactly what we brought up, a checkoff list of how much it's going to cost, what exactly is getting waived, what kind of insurance policy do you need? Is there one through the Parks and Recs like we used to get for the Tejano concert? That was $187 that we were allowed to get with the $500 fee to rent the Pioneer Village. It was very easy, very basic, and everything was covered. There was no liability, anything. But now all of a sudden, it's all liability. The ROTC, the kids can't do it, it's liability. I mean, we should be encouraging these kids, and unless something happened that we're not aware of. I don't remember anybody getting hit. They were very professional when they would block off the streets with the barricades. Everything was perfectly done. All of a sudden, it's all about money, all about a lot of money. So we just need to start finding ways on how we can get it done. Thank you.
Anybody else with any comments at this time? Come on up, sir.
(2209) Thompson. I just want to say that it's a wonderful thing you do for Legacy, because I do help with Legacy for the Tejano event. But let's not forget the little people. I know Second Chance Rescue was going to do an adoption event. And right before they had it, they were notified by the city that the people that were going to let them host it there were supposed to get a permit, a $600 permit or whatever it was. Come on, really? They're helping you take animals off the street and get them adopted. You were trying to charge them $600? Please let Selma not be known for being money hungry. Let us be known for being compassionate. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with input? Come on up.
Ella Ramirez, Selma, California. I just want to say that I've been going to the Portuguese Fiesta since the 1970s. I first went with my grandma, and then after she passed away, I went with my parents. And then after they passed away, I now take my family, my son and I, we go. And they've been nothing more than generous to everyone. They received us with open arms, and they announce it and they invite everyone, anyone that wants to come, the community. And, like I said, also for like funerals. I don't know if they still do it now, but they used to give us discounts if we held our reception at the Portuguese Hall because of a loved one that had passed away. So they've done a lot for us. So I don't think they should even be charged. Like they've said, we've been paying now so much cost of living, taxes, everything. Where's the, our compensation? Where's our, where do we get our slack that's cut? So I just wanted, I would hate to see them go, like not have anything here in Selma because of this. So I just want you guys to take that into consideration and hopefully, be able to work with them. Thank you.
Anybody else with comments?
Erica Cardoza, 1200 Rose. I'm also here for the Portuguese Hall. It's my name on the permit. I started the permit process and went, oh my God, what am I doing? So Tisha took it over. It's not very streamlined. That would be great if it could be more user-friendly. It was a little confusing. But besides that, to add on to what Tisha said, she said there are 70 festas throughout the state of California. They all come here too, as many as possible. I think last year we had about 10 other queens. That means 10 other towns, their families, their courts that come with them. So they come to Selma and they see Selma. And that's promoting the town. Also, as far as the fees go, it was 30. About 3,600 for the traffic control plan and almost 300 for the insurance. Just to let you know, that's what we paid. Something else I was supposed to say, but I'm nervous and now I've forgotten. But thank you very much and thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anybody online or on the phone who would like to say anything on this topic?
Hi, Lorenette. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldridge Avenue. It's really concerning to know all of these charges and the costs and everything that everybody is trying to put events together and everything that they have to go through and they have to pay. Everybody's right. We don't have enough here. We don't have enough going on this at the city. And when we do have things like the carnival, people are getting shot at and stabbed and things that we don't even want to attend with our children and our families. We need to bring more to the community so we can bring the community together. And all these costs, it's outrageous. It's ridiculous. It just makes us like the little people, like somebody said, they can't afford to do things like that. So why not consider something that the community or the city can help do that for the community? It is all about money. I agree with Santiago. It's all about money. Everything's going up and it's not helping any of us. And, I think maybe this is why we need a finance manager. I know a previous meeting, it was said that that's just a title, that it doesn't matter. I think it does. Obviously it does, because nothing is happening. And the budget, what's going on with the budget? We're paying all this money, for different things, different titles or different positions like the shelter, but the dogs are still not being picked up. You know, there's stray animals everywhere. The community events we're not able to do. The people
Let's,
that do want to
Ms.
help,
Bettencourt, let's keep it on the special events permits. So sorry, didn't
okay,
mean to interrupt.
that's okay. The
Okay.
people that do want to help and bring events to the community to help, whether it's animals or vendors or anybody, we can't afford it. So maybe consider the finance manager position and bring that up and get that going. I know that at a different meeting too, it was said anybody can do the budget. There's Google and there's TikTok and all these resources. Hire somebody already then.
Yeah, just keep it on special events.
Okay, that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bettencourt. Anybody else online or on the phone with any comments?
Hi, caller ending in 939. Your line is open. Hi, caller. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I could hear you guys.
May I have your name, please?
Hello, my name's Isaac Garza.
Okay.
All right, so
can hear
this is the agenda of special events, correct?
Correct. That's this agenda item, Mr. Garza.
Okay, so just last week, or actually a couple of weeks ago, my best friend has passed away. We were going to do a skate competition for his memorial service, and I started doing some research as to what we needed to do after we had gotten the phone call about getting $1,000 fine because we didn't run the permits or we didn't run anything like that. As far as I remember, when everybody was holding car washes and whatnot for money raising, it wasn't, taken upon to where you needed a special event permit to do all this. After I got done with everything last week, and I thank you, Sarah, for quoting me on that the insurance cost. After I got everything done, it was almost going to cost me $1,300. So had I had the event on Sunday at the skate park, and I got charged $1,000 for the fine, I would have saved myself $300. But just for me being the way that I am, and you guys know how I am, I'm cordial with everything. So we just moved it to Kingsburg. As soon as I called Kingsburg, they were like, "Hey, you don't need no special event to do this." Permit. I'm sorry. So if there's any way of you guys being able to help out with anything like that, such as car washes or, a memorial skate competition to raise cash, is there any way possible you guys could just help us out as a community to get all this stuff going? Like, I would really like to see everything waived, just like the Selma Raisin Festival, the marching brigade. I've been to many city council meetings and I had seen you guys just waive those past. And what I wanted to know also too is if they get the permits before they even do the event. That was my question. But like I said, I appreciate you guys very much, 100%. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Scott. You guys are 100%. You guys are the best people. You guys got my vote for next year. And God bless you guys.
Mr. Garza. Anybody else online or on the phone?
Mayor Robertson, I see no other hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. This is an informational item. So we've heard a lot of good information, a lot of good input tonight. We have a discussion about where we should go from here.
I have one more question in regards to the insurance. Why are they required to carry the 2 million, 4 million aggregate when it used to be 1 million, 3 million? Why did that increase?
Well, those guidelines are set by our risk management authority. So if something happens and we're not requiring the level of insurance that the RMA requires of us, then there's a potential that the event would not be covered, and our risk management director can clarify that if necessary. But that is why we get, as part of the insurance pool that we're a part of, they set the guidelines for those limits.
Okay, so did that just change? Because it wasn't like that a year ago.
So I don't know what happened last year. I can just tell you what happened when I came in.
Mhm.
I came on board in March of 2023, and I do know that some of the events that had occurred prior to me coming did not have the correct coverage. And I'm very black and white, and it's one to where if the RMA is saying this is what's required, this is what's required, unless I'm told otherwise. But it's one to where, especially from a liability standpoint, excuse me, exactly what city manager said, is that if we have a lower level of coverage than what is required, then we would be on the hook should something happen. So I'm following exactly what the RMA is requiring.
So piggybacking on what you stated, I know that we're gonna go back and we're gonna discuss this and get all the analysis and the cost factors and what we're gonna wanna do here. Can you go back and do a little research on the last 2 years and see what the RMA insurance risk was? And check to see what it was in the last 2, 3 years?
You mean to see if the levels have
The levels
changed?
have changed.
Okay, yes, I
Please.
can definitely do that.
Bring
Okay.
that back.
And while you're at it, can you find out why the city no longer gives an endorsement for individuals that want to do an event and say, because the city used to offer their insurance. So why are they not offering it now?
So to clarify, what you're saying is that the city provided the insurance coverage
Yes.
before?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can tell you that I've worked for a municipality for almost 15 years, and in the past governments that I've worked with, we've never done that.
Yeah, as long as I've been city manager or with the city has never provided its own insurance. I think there might be confusion as to, there's a service that is provided to the city that then we make available to the public so that they can obtain their own insurance through that same service. But the city has never covered private events under our insurance.
I can say as an insurance broker, the way it worked was the city goes through the RMA for its insurance. City went through Hub, that was the insurance brokers, one of the big insurance brokers out there. And the city would put somebody on their policy as an endorsee and charge them on that basis. And it was usually pretty reasonable. I don't know if the city's done that lately. I don't think in the last year or two, the city has even offered that option, but it was very reasonable. I know because the Tejano Festival did that. It availed itself of and in being an endorsee on the city's policy. And it happens in many cities and it happens in many larger companies that endorsees are added to policies. It's a common risk management technique. So that might be something to look into. I don't know if the city has a new broker. Maybe it's not Hub anymore. I don't know.
I just have one more thing to add as far as like, because I know the staff is asking for direction, right? So one of the things I was thinking is, having a collaboration, because I think a lot of it is who's hosting this event, right? So I think that plays a big part as who's hosting this event. Is it the Chamber of Commerce? And so then is the Chamber of Commerce going to ask for certain requirements because the city is asking for certain requirements? Is it a private pop-up event where whoever that person is putting that event together, is it that person that's going to be the insurance holder? And then, it says 10 or 30 different vendors are going to be covered. Like, I think there's just a lot more conversation as far as the collaboration, because I think it plays a big role, right? Who's hosting it? And then what is the city's role when certain, community or certain events, legacy groups, what have you, are the ones that are actually the sponsor in a different way, right?
The
They're the
organizer.
ones, yeah, the organizer. Thank you.
Yeah, I think to that point, the city doesn't really, we only require it from one entity, which is the organizer. And however the organizer wants to spread that risk among the people participating, that would be their determination. What we require is for the city to be named as additionally insured for our properties or for the public properties that are being used for the events. So really it comes down to if they're naming the city as additionally insured, that's all we require. And then any other risk spreading that happens, then that's with the organizer and their clients.
I think that also, before we moved this topic, I think one of the residents brought up a good idea that, you know, if you could go and maybe invite one person from every legacy event and have a group meeting so you guys can come back and get some ideas of, you know, how you could streamline it faster, what their opinion is. They've been working on it for the last X amount of years. They have the expertise of the actual event. I think it would be good so when you come back to us, we know they were able to give their input and we can probably streamline it even faster. If that could be done, please.
So I like hearing all this. This is different. So this is involving the community. This is bringing the stakeholder. We're already moving the discussion by having this topic tonight. Before I've been hearing it's my way or the highway in terms of the city. And now we are looking for collaboration with the stakeholders. And I think that's really important. And I do think it starts with the legacy events. And because they're the ones that have been around, been there, done that, and they have a lot of history here, and they should be the ones because they have the most practice to meet with the city and talk about the issues. But it's not just the legacy events that need help here. We also need help for those who are doing one time, like the people who have a funeral event, funeral fundraiser they need to do something for. We have veterans organizations that are doing incredible things, and they may have an event. They'd like to get Lincoln Park for our Veterans Park. And, you know, right now, we're pricing ourselves out of that. But as I said earlier, I mean, this is a first step in an evolution. This is not a revolution. This is an evolution. And I think what I'm hearing tonight is everybody says the same thing, which it needs to be improved, and staff is asking for input from the council, and we're asking for input from the people who put us here. So I appreciate all this. I think in terms of the insurance, that's a big deal. And because it does cost a lot, it's that cost item that's very important, and we're hearing different ideas. But in terms of the insurance, yeah, the city has one event holder, but the city also comes back and wants business licenses from each of the vendors in that event. So the city does have an interest in other entities that are involved in this. Let's talk about the Sikh parade. They've been here a long time. They've done it 30 years. They were required this year for the first time to have their vendors sign up and get business licenses. And I know we're going to get to that. That's going to be a public hearing item tonight, but that's a cost factor as well. And I think we need to look at everything. And I think that is a good idea to have the legacy folks give their input to the city on what's working and what isn't, and what's expensive and what's not. I think it's a good start as well from the entire community. One thing I did hear is there's a lot of confusion about what does it mean to be a legacy event? What does it mean to have your costs waived? You know, it doesn't mean it's free. It doesn't mean you come in and, you know, you don't have any costs. It means that, you know, the permit fees are waived, right? It doesn't mean the costs associated with the events I'm reading from the city, such as traffic control or food vendor permitting through Fresno County. There are other costs that are not part of that waiver process that are subject to the cost recovery, from what I understand, that staff works on. If there's staff time, so this is what I'm hearing from the staff, there is a cost, per statute or ordinance, there's a particular ordinance in terms of municipal code section 1234. So there is a cost recovery requirement that the city has that I think needs to be looked at in coordination with us.
100% cost recovery.
Correct.
Through the policy and the ordinance. So what we should do is go back and have staff deal with the residents and the organizations, come back, give us input, go back, follow through and discuss the ordinance and rewrite the ordinance with staff's recommendations and our recommendations.
I agree.
Because when we did it last year, we did it because we had so many events coming to us, but we didn't have the, and I don't want to, nothing bad, but we were thinking we need to put a hold on this, and we pressed on it. But now we need to go back and have the residents get involved and the stakeholders and give us input. And let's go back and rewrite that policy so it could be community friendly.
Because I think we were only attacking part of the problem.
Yeah,
The
well,
problem was the permit fees, but the problem is the cost recovery that we have, which this ordinance is requiring to be 100%, which we could look at and we could modify based on who's requesting it. I think staff is
And I think-
asking for that as well.
And I think that the interpretation of what the community has been seeing in the last year is not that staff wants to just say no. It's the fact that staff's trying not to bend on the policy that we voted on. But, and I say this strongly because, you know, we're looking at the budget and we're looking at cost factors, but in reality, we also got to take in the sensitivity of our community residents and what they want to do, because it's their city. And we're just here to represent, right? So now we can get if we can get our legacy and all the groups to get together with our staff and then come back and give us the input, we can iron out something better and we can come up with a policy.
And to riff on that,
staff can
council
work with.
member, I 100% agree. Just in terms of the insurance, the way we can provide our input as representatives of the citizens is, you know, we heard it's black or white. It's 2 million and 4 million occurrence in aggregate, and that's it. That's what the staff is, that's what they're here to do. They're here to look at the rules and tell us what the rules are. But we can look at those rules and we can ask staff, well, you know, can you go back to Hub and can you ask them if there are any concessions on the limits, or is there another, you know, can RMA, we can do those things. That's why we're here and that's why we're getting input from the community tonight. So we can find a way to modify this so we can make this more citizen friendly, because we've gone from, you know, everybody having special events to nobody having special events, right? So now we got to find a middle ground and we got to make it work for the city and we got to make it work for our bosses, the citizens here.
And I wanted to add something else to that, piggybacking off the insurance, as far as, you know, reaching out to the other communities, is what are they doing? You know, do they have these hubs that they work through? You know, what are their requirements for their insurance? The other thing is, I think, you know, if we're renting a park for $300 or whatever the fees are versus having a special event, I think that's the difference too, is like, how are you asking for the use of a park? So if you're asking for the use of a park is, I want to have a Easter holiday with my family, I'm going to rent the park and it's X amount of dollars. Now, if I want to have a competition at the skate park, was that considered? That would be considered an event. So it's not just a gathering of family. So I think that's the difference too, is that really defining, well, what is your final use intended for? You know, I understand, you know, it's hard times, you know, things happen. You can't project for someone passing away and not having, you know, the fees. I get that. But again, it's, you know, how can we help out with those situations too? So thank you.
Okay. So in terms of moving this forward, I would request we bring that ordinance back and take a look at that. And I'd like to know what costs can be waived at this point, what costs can, you know, what are fixed and what they have to, city has to charge 100% for, just so we can get it all down. And I really like Councilmember Guerra's idea about a list too for everybody. So it makes us cognizant and makes everybody kind of on the same page, literally, that, you know, they know what they need for these special events by looking on the website and having a piece of paper. Just makes it easier.
Yeah, just to clarify, Mayor, so you want to know what fees can be waived per the municipal code related to special events, or if you could clarify that request, please.
Yeah, from what I'm
Well,
hearing.
Let me just
Yeah.
back up a little bit. Okay, the amount of money we have reserved, right? We reserved 25,000. We've increased that.
So just to clarify, there's confusion there.
Okay.
I think it came from the public comment from Ms. Robertson that asked about the 25,000 that was budgeted. That's actually only for fee waivers for nonprofits.
Okay,
So that's the 25,000 that was budgeted by the council to be able to allocate fee waivers for nonprofits under the tier structure. We have tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, up to 50% fee waivers. That is what that applies to. What we're talking about is something different with regard to
okay.
how much, you know, of the other costs for other events are being waived.
Okay, so I'm just going to use the Portuguese as an example. She's incurred almost $4,000 or a little over, but that isn't for her fee. It's not for,
It's not
she's
her
a
application
nonprofit.
fee,
So
right.
she wouldn't be able to use that, she wouldn't be able to apply for that to be waived, is what you're saying, according to how we have it listed.
She automatically gets the fee waived. The $4,000 comes from the need to manage the traffic for her event.
Right.
So she has to contract with a outside company to manage the traffic. or rent barricades and those kinds of things. That's where it's a cost rather than a fee.
Yeah.
So that's not something that we can waive necessarily. There are ways that we can help reduce the cost. Maybe if they would like to rent our barricades at a lower cost. I don't know what it costs outside of the city, but there's certain costs we just don't have any control over when you're putting on an event.
Let me give another scenario real quick. We as a city council can actually direct our staff to have negotiations with all our legacy events. And they could bring the input and we can ask for our policy and ordinance back to us. And we can actually vote on what we want. But we have to put a number, and as budgetary, we have to put a number to, or our staff has to put a number to it, so we know what it's costing, so we can reflect the budget, because it's gonna be an impact to the budget at the end of the day. So that's where the cross-reference of explaining it to the community, because when our staff goes and does their own budget and we tell individual department heads, hey, you have an X amount of budget and you need to stick with it. And we say, hey, you know what? There's 32 events that come in and they just use certain amount of money. What's going to affect their budget, right? So they're going to come back and say, hey, you know what? I spent 32,000 on all your events that you decided to give it to free. What I'm saying is that it would be nice for us to direct our staff to have negotiations and discussions with our legacy events, do an analysis on what the cost factors, how many barriers we have, what's the cost, what do we have there? Put it there, plug it in, plug the number in, come back. So when you come to us, not only are you coming with a good dialogue with the people, but you're coming with numbers so we know what's the effective rate on our future budget. So we know scenario-wise how much is going to impact us. That's what I'm looking for, because, I mean, I can say yes to everything, but if it's going to impact our budget at the end of the year, and I'm well aware that what we get in return of all the events is beautiful, because we still make money, economic development, right? But we also need to put a number to it, because we're a municipal government, right? So I'm all for this, but I want a good analysis, a good discussion with all the groups, so we come back and we can do a good policy for the future. That's what I would like if I can.
I agree, and we need historical data, definitely, but I mean, we have the Sikh parade that's been going on 30 years. We got the Raisin Festival. The Festa has been around since '07. So I mean, it's just, these are events that have been around. These costs are not a mystery. You know, we can probably capture those pretty quickly. And I think anybody who was at the last council meeting saw it's very important to go into a budget, as Councilman Trujillo says, knowing what you're going to do. We had a projected budget with that was 6.5 million on lower on expenses than the city actually incurred. So I mean, it's really important to know what you're budgeting and to have that, as the auditor showed. So I think it's important to budget correctly. I don't think this is going to take a lot of data, historical data. This is not a heavy lift, since the city has been there, done that. And, you know, we've heard a lot about how things in the past are no good and the present is great and we're doing so much better now. This is not one of those instances. It used to be better in the past. It used to be easier to have an event in Selma. It's just not anymore. We need to recover that. At the same time, we need to recover that facility with having these events and promoting our town, and at the same time move forward with this data analysis so we know exactly how much to charge these events and how much the city incurs. But I think what you're seeing tonight is us coming to grips with what the data is needed to charge the accurate rates, and also what kind of regulations that we need in order to make this happen, that we can charge those flexible permit fees for these events that I think it's unanimous we all want. So if there's no more, should we move on, or
Sure, just one more clarification. As staff is making recommendations, it would be helpful to know how much cost recovery the council is willing to entertain in terms of lowering that requirement. I mean, are we looking at 0% cost recovery, or would you only consider 50% cost recovery? I think some parameters would be helpful to us, because then that would help us, craft a good recommendation that's feasible for the council to adopt.
This is a discussion item tonight, so why don't we look at all options, don't you
Yeah,
think? And
let's look
just
at a-
look at a range of
Look at a
cost
range,
recovery options
what's
based
gonna
on
be
who's requesting a
50%, 25%, 10%,
the
you
type
know,
of event.
something.
So 10% would be the lowest is what you're looking for? I mean, we're looking at a range, obviously, but
Yeah.
I say
where's
0
that,
to 100.
where's that bottom range?
Or just, do it in increments. I think starting at 10% is probably okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So if you're looking at just 10% cost recovery as the minimum, then that helps us inform our recommendations. So is the council in agreement with that range? Then, okay,
Yeah, I'd like to see a range.
thank you.
All right, good discussion. It's 7:20. This definitely was a great discussion. It took some time. We're going to take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 1, which is actually now item number 2. And this will be the consideration of the adoption of the revised downtown logo.
Good job.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. As the agenda item indicates, the bid advisory board has gone back and made revisions to their logo. These changes were made in consideration with your recommendations from the last time it was brought forth. And with that, I will hand it over to Parminder Singh from the bid advisory board to tell you more about those changes in the process.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I'm Parminder Singh, part of the bid committee. And we want to present, as Alicia mentioned, the updated logos and seek your approval, please, so we can move forward with this project. And so the reason for a logo was, is for the public, is so we can show cohesion and have a brand for the downtown. When somebody comes into the downtown, they can see it's a distinctly different area. And as we all know, the downtown is the heart of the city. So we're trying to increase its vibrancy, and logo is just one part of that. So we had this logo drawn up by our vendor. They've gone through quite a few iterations. And this one was shown to you, and we got some good feedback from you that it looked, a little blah. We need to add a little color to this. So we went back to our vendor, spiced it up, and they added a lot of wow factor to it. And if we can take a look, there you go. This is one of the 3 that we would ask you to approve. We've added the lamps, some color, awnings, and so it gives you the color, the vibrancy that we're looking for, as well as the bottom portion, which we'll incorporate as a secondary logo as well to make it easier. So this will be used on print material and printed material, basically, flyers, branded stuff like that. There are the 3 that we have, the top one being the all-inclusive wow one that we have, and we're using that on print material that really highlights our high street and shows the nice details on there. The second one will be a quick and easy use simplified version that we can use on digital, and then branding on logos and attire and things like that. And the bottom one that we're using already is our social media. Easy, straight to the point, very succinct, and recognizable. We're trying to keep it as simple as possible, and those are the 3 that we would like your approval on. Next, do I have a next logo? Nope, that was it. Sweet, simple, and I ask for a 5-0 vote approval, please. And I would like to say right up front, if there is something you'd like changed, that we'd like to get an approval to move forward, and we can always come back like the previous agenda item, come back and make developments, but we just need to put this to rest right now so we can spend more time, getting the grant work done that you've approved already, trying to get people to, apply for that and move forward with other projects. I'll ask you for any questions.
Thank you, Parminder, and thank you for your leadership on the Business Improvement District. Really appreciate your work on that and appreciate all the work on the logos. I think it's really important what we start out with in terms of the visual representation of downtown and the marketing you heard tonight. Big reason for waiving the fees of the special events are marketing. They market our city, and these are the images that are going to be really the first time our downtown has been marketed. So it's very important, I think, to make that first step right. I know it's taken some time, and we've gone through an iterative process, and I think that it's on its way. We're definitely moving forward in an evolutionary process. So thank you for being at the forefront of that. Do council have any questions before we open it up to the public for their reaction to the logos? With that, we'll open it up to the public. Does anybody have any reactions to this? Which ones do you like? Do you like these? Do you want to see any changes? Come on up.
May I make a quick comment? So just Instagram, our following count has gone over 500, which we're very proud of. And we all ask all of you and the public to promote that within your own friend circle and help us grow that so we can attract more to our downtown.
Ramirez, I'm confused. Is that the one that we talked about where we were going to put some grapes on there, or this is not it?
I believe this is the downtown logo. Yeah, that was another one. That was citywide.
Oh, okay, so this is something else.
Yeah, this is downtown. Anyone with any comments? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay. That will bring it back. Any comments by council on the logos, whether they like it, whether they don't, any changes?
Okay, well, I'll be the first one. Um, I just still don't like it. I'm sorry. I
What
just
don't you
think
like?
that it doesn't pop. It looks cartoonish. And I think that we need to be professional. We're displaying our downtown and we want it to be sharp looking. You know, like people are gonna say, wow, Selma's logos, their downtown is
What are your
on
thoughts
point.
about an actual photograph that would be 100% spot on what we have? Just asking for feedback so we can take
Yeah.
it back, say, would
I mean,
would an
I'd-
actual
I'd
real
like to see it. That might be better. I mean, to me, you know, this just looks cartoonish, like,
All right, that's fair.
it's not attractive,
Okay,
not attractive. For me, I'm speaking for myself.
okay.
I don't know if anybody else feels the same way or not.
I really want to tell you that I commend you guys for what you guys have done. You know, the thing about it is this is going on letterheads, this is going on, right? So I like it. I like the fact that you guys put the mural. You put, you know, and the thing about it is that at the end of the day, are you wanting to adopt all three of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes in sequence with what, you know, we're not looking at putting it, we're not, this is something that's gonna be going on letterheads to go to all the, go to the press and things like that. And, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just one of five here and, you know, I like it. And I would, and being that I am an owner of one of the two buildings in downtown, I can fairly say that, you know, I appreciate it. I appreciate the downtown, bid, something unique and, you know, as a business owner and as an investor in Selma, I think that we need to look at things and, you know, nothing happens now and you stay with it. You know, you know as well as I do that this here can be changed 8, 10, 12 months from now. But you guys as an organization are starting something and I'm really grateful that we as a council have invested in the bid. Because it's an investment to it's an investment to opportunities for businesses to start growth and learning, right? So you know, people are laughing, but at the end of the day, there has to be a starting point. There has to be a starting
And
point.
that's what we're trying to do is just.
And I appreciate the fact that you guys are really going into a meeting and hammering out something positive, you know, that you guys are doing, not us. And I appreciate that. So, you know, I'm just one of five and we all have different colors and we all have different schemes. But I think for now, and you guys are showcasing the mural, you're showcasing the lights, you're showcasing downtown. And I think that it's a start and it's a good start. So I appreciate you, all your work you guys have been doing. Okay, so I'm okay with this.
Would it be possible to ask each of you for feedback on if you, Sarah, I know you did the top one. If we could get some feedback on all three, do you disagree with all three? Or if just the top one and then that way we focus on the ones that are really needing focus. If we're not approved, then, you know, we can focus on individual.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a couple of logos right now just to show you what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna pull it by Celia's, you know. I mean, if you just kind of look at the way their logo is, I just think it's clean, it's nice, it looks professional. It's got grapes, it's a nice logo. City of Visalia.
My comments? for what it's worth. The downtown, you're looking west. I don't like looking west. You're looking towards the sunset. It's going down instead of looking east for the sunrise, looking up beginnings. This is a new beginning for downtown Selma. I would like a different perspective on that. I don't like not seeing the trees. I don't like the lack of life. It's all concrete. Let's get some life. I think I like the grapes, fitting them in some way. I like the lights that we used to have that graced our downtown. I think we should have those cafe lights represented. I do like the mural. I like the Iron Lady sculpture. I like the florist, the canopy there, the art, the funky art center. But I just think it's a change in perspective on that top part that I think would make it pop a little more and give it a little more life. The second one is the second one. There's not a whole lot there. It looks kind of like a speedometer or something. And then the last one, the DS. I mean, I don't know if that's cool for kids to say the DS, if that's gives it a little more cachet to have the two letters there as opposed to it being spelled out. But I think the top is the biggest detail, and I think that's the one that's going to be the most seen. So I would those would be my my changes to it.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to Google a couple of downtown specific logos, not a city logo. I like more of the color in it. The one on the bottom as far as like downtown, I'm not sure about that color, the blue. I think this is too light in the transition. But I think it is a little bit better than what was before. Because it does showcase, the art center. And then on the logos, we also have to remember that the more detail that we have to it, the more expensive it gets to reproduce, right? So if we have one too many colors, then that's gonna cost money. We have one too many lines, that's gonna cost money. The font, changing the font, that's all, like everything is you have to be able to reproduce this basically. And so I think you guys did an amazing job with this. You took what we said and did a little bit more to it. I think it's getting there. I'm thinking the colors on the last one, I'm kind of not sold on. So I'm just not sold on those blue colors. On that blue, the light blue.
What color were you thinking?
I mean, we are, Selma, silver and black. I'm sorry. I was thinking the Raiders. I'm sorry. We are thinking, or the Bandits probably. The orange and black. I mean that's Selma, right? Because this, I don't know, I can't. This blue reminds me of a high school, but I just can't pinpoint what high school it reminds me of. It's also I think Charger colors probably. Like, yeah, like I can't have that. Yeah, just the last one is, I'm not really sold on.
What about the upper two?
They're getting there. I think, they're good. Because they, the road represents, again, the arteries that we have. The mountains, we see the mountains. Just the downtown looks like what our downtown looks like. So, I'm not very opposed to it, but yeah, it's just, again, I know you have to consider, again, the fonts, the colors, so we don't want to have too many colors in here. But I think it's a little bit more, in my view, I feel like it's getting there. I just can't pinpoint exactly what else I envision, but I can get back to you. Okay.
Perspective. East. And you could put the mountain in the right place.
Perspective, Mr. Mayor, from east, depending on where we started showing it. Obviously, which building would show up, we don't want to show. No,
Then
I
you get the
think he's coming
Veterans
from the other
Memorial
way,
too.
looking this way.
You can
Oh.
capture some of the veteran statues too. Those are always nice. You could pull in pull in some of those.
We'll go back to the vendor on that one, see. On it, do we have a consensus between you on the bottom one for the, I know Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Wants to say something.
Hi.
Hi, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, my opinion, basically, I like your top one because compared to the clear, no color one, this one looks 100% better. If you're gonna do the top two like that, then the third one should be at least black color too. I mean, just kind of matching.
Is that a blue or black?
It's blue.
The bottom one is a
The
bluish.
third one is blue.
Yeah.
Second one's black.
We're
Yeah.
trying not to, our goal is not to blend.
Yeah, yeah,
city
so.
Blue.
And keep it
They're
separate.
blue. They're navy blue.
Oh, okay. Looks black to me, so. I mean, it should just keep the same colors, that's all. So that way at least it ties in together, you know, so that's my opinion.
So I think we want to see a third.
Okay. Is that middle one? Get a, no. Is there anything we can get a consensus on?
No, but one more thing on the one in the bottom, the established in 1893 is missing on there. Was that on purpose or?
Simplifying, because we just wanted
Simplifying, got
downtown
it.
Selma and the
Mhm.
DS, trying to build a little brand around the
Yeah.
downtown.
Okay,
Just the simpler, the better.
got it, thanks.
Questions?
Next time.
Good.
Yeah. I don't think we have consensus on any of them yet.
You got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna move on now to the next item. Item number 2, which is consideration of the proposed assessment change for landscaping and lighting maintenance district number 1, LLMD in the city of Selma.
Good evening again, council. Before you is our annual review of landscape lighting and maintenance districts assessments, which in the past have been based and estimated based on prior year costs, not necessarily looking forward to what those estimated costs are. With that, when you look at costs in terms of how they're billed or how they're allocated or coded, when you just look at the bills and you estimate them on a district-wide basis, if they're not coded properly, those estimated costs could be misconstrued and the assessment could be miscalculated and decreased. So staff has gone back and reviewed the process for which LLMDs are calculated and assessed and used a methodology of looking forward based on best practices and estimation of work to be done, utility costs, both electric and water for landscaping and maintenance of irrigation equipment, street lights, and what have you on a district by district basis. So with that, the proposed increases for some of the districts reflect that methodology of how LLMDs and how the industry estimates assessments and maintenance and work to be done within those districts. The LLMDs to be increased, staff does have a correction for some of these in terms of which ones do not require a 218 vote because they are not increasing above the maximum allowed assessment. And we can get into that as well. But from the standpoint of the LLMDs, past practice has been incorrect in terms of looking backward in terms of how we're estimating assessments. And what we're trying to do is clean up these LLMDs because LLMDs provide a service to a neighborhood. And when you underestimate the assessment for that neighborhood, you have costs that may have to be subsidized from the general fund and the community at large. And what you don't want to do is have the community at large paying for special benefit that residents that move into these subdivisions where there is an LLMD assessment are receiving, and it's been disclosed to them when they purchase their property that they have an assessment to fund specific amenities of that subdivision. So that being said, staff has gone back, we've reviewed the LLMDs, what has been done. We're working to clean up a lot of the cost allocations, the billing, so that PG&E bills are properly coded. There's separate enterprise funds for each LLMD to clearly allocate and identify what costs are borne by that specific assessment. So that being said, staff's available for questions.
Council, if I may add to Deputy City Manager's presentation, there is a need in the community for maintenance of our landscaped areas that should be paid for by these LLMDs. And sometimes because the costs that are being charged historically have not been set to the appropriate level because of a lack of proper analysis, a lack of proper forecasting. The resources are not there to properly maintain these areas, which leads to landscape areas that are not properly irrigated, maintained, well lit, or streetlights, for example, are being paid for by the city, where they should be paid for by the districts themselves. But none of it has been properly communicated to the community as to what the responsibilities of the specific zones are, rather than what the responsibilities are of the city at large, for example, our Public Works Department. And so the impact to the community is that we have areas that seem to be not properly maintained, but the reason is that there is not enough resources that are being billed to these residents to properly maintain them. And so the purpose of the 218 process that is being proposed is to get that baseline level back up to a place where the residents of these neighborhoods can say, this is the level that we'd like to see our landscaped areas maintained, and this is what it's going to cost. And so we need to raise these contributions for these specific areas to that level. And then the city can every year can continue this process to make sure that those rates are keeping up with the baseline level that the community expects. Thank you.
Any comment from council on the increase in LLMD?
I just have a quick question, regarding some of these, zone names. If there's a neighborhood that's in that area, does that typically mean that they did the correct assessment for those? Or how does that work as far as the districting, that LLMDs, the different districts? What determines that?
In terms of how they're established?
Yeah.
So LLMDs are typically established when a subdivision is proposed. So if you had a subdivision map that went in, many of these names are the original subdivision names of when the map was recorded. It may not necessarily be the colloquial neighborhood name, but this was the name of the district at the time it was established.
Got it. And the reason I'm saying is, for instance, I mean, I'm in the Sundance Estates, and so the ones next to me is Ladante Rose. So it's not necessarily that, it could have been that that particular district was supposed to be just Sundance Estates, and then that's kind of where I'm getting at, is how does that determine? And the reason is because I could tell you Nelson Boulevard looks horrible right now. I already talked to city manager, but basically it's like, how do you determine who gets service by, who services that strip? Because there's the strip that you have on Thompson and Dinuba, then you have the one just on Thompson, headed to Dinuba. I'm sorry, Dinuba to Thompson and then the other way. And so I'm just trying to determine, like, in that area. Does that make sense?
Kinda. I mean,
Sorry.
you're fine. I mean, with any subdivision, when it comes before you, there's typically an area that's identified for landscaping or areas that are identified for maintenance. And so when they create the LLMD, they encapsulate those areas and spread the cost over all the lots. And when those were established, they were established at the time the maps went in. They didn't necessarily annex or add areas. They established a new zone because maybe the amenities were different, or there's a different type of landscaping that a neighborhood had, or maybe there's more landscaping. And so the assessments from zone to zone neighborhood to neighborhood may vary depending on what's there. And that's why you see it's not a flat cost through all the LLMDs because of the different amenities of what's there. But that being said, staff is again, we're looking at revisiting our methodology for estimating, as well as looking at a different mechanism for establishing an assessment district, such as a community facilities district, which has more flexibility to provide other services for development as it comes in. So from that being said, to, I guess, answer your question, it varies at the time that the project comes in as to what their LLMD covers.
And you went to my next question, Bessie.
Shoot.
You went to my next question that I had, for future, like what can we change in the future so that, we pretty much have a estimate, right? We can project and forecast as to how much that's gonna
And
cost.
going forward, when a final map comes before the council to move forward with development, staff's plan is to also present the LLMD at the same time. So everything's established at the same time. So it's clear this project's going in, it has this much landscaping, here's what the anticipated assessments are. And we're gonna establish those now so that when lots are sold, you guys, or actually, let me back up, when it's approved, you guys can see how it's being assessed, what services are being provided, and approximately how much is being charged per lot. Because I think that goes into another issue of affordability when it comes in, ensuring that the amount of the assessment level does not price some people out of purchasing their home because it becomes part of their property tax.
Got it. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions.
Oh,
Just to clarify, in reality, what we're really talking about right now is the fact that you guys have reviewed and seen that the actual, I'm going to use the landscape and lighting maintenance district are undercharged. And we're recognizing that they're undercharged. I understand what we're doing here. The question is going to be in regards to, as we tackle doing Prop 218 on this item, where are we at with the communication with our residents in regards to explaining what, where, when, why in regards to where we're at? Because, how we're gonna interpret this to our community members, because so in reality, in a nutshell, what we're saying is, hey, man, we built some subdivisions. We gave the developer free access and we didn't charge them. So the residents are not gonna get service, and we're gonna take care of the service and we're gonna pay for it. The city's paying for it. But in reality, if we had a plan of action when a development was built, we would have said, hey, we have master plan here. This is what's gonna cost us to maintain the subdivision, and we're gonna pass it through every resident, and it's gonna get paid, and the city's gonna be able to get the budget money and be able to go and send their workers to clean it up. We're not having that because we're paying it out of the city's general fund because we don't have that access, correct?
In short, yes.
Okay, so, and that needs to be said to the residents, because tomorrow morning, we're gonna send Bill, tell everybody, hey, you're gonna get an assessment. You're like, why? Well, because we, the leadership in the past, didn't impose this. And we're not passing bucks to nobody, but at the end of the day, that's what we're really saying. We're actually going back and doing analysis and finding that, you know what, this didn't get charged. And and our public works director needs his budget again, and he's saying, hey, man, Nelson looks horrible, but hey, my guys can't get there right now. My guys don't have enough tools. They can't get there right now. I don't know. I'm just saying. And I want to make sure that the city staff and you guys are going to tackle this issue in regards to the information that goes out to the public is given out, so we can make sure that everybody knows why this is happening and where we're at with that, correct?
Yeah, we can, and just for clarification purposes, the assessments have been included on the tax bill, but they haven't been raised to the proper level, right? And so the shortage of cash has been subsidized. And so it's not necessarily we're choosing to assess, and this is a new thing, we have been, but it hasn't been to the levels that it may have needed to be, right? And to your point, staff can prepare, a frequently asked question. We could prepare some supplemental information to perhaps go out with the public hearing notice. that describe what an LLMD is, what its purpose is, how it's separate and outside of the general fund, it is an enterprise fund, and that those monies are meant to, they only go to your neighborhood for your services.
Ron, I have a question. I know I'm looking at some of these and, you know, we're looking at some pretty high increases for some of these developments. And it's like, just like Councilmember Trujillo saying, you're gonna send out these notices. We have to have some clear explanation as to why. The other thing is, you know, Facebook was horrible just the past few days in regards to our public works, not getting these areas cleaned up. So we're gonna say we're gonna increase this to this amount. Some of these are higher than almost 50%. And then to say that, oh, well, we're gonna come maybe twice a year to clean up. I mean, we gotta give and take here, and you're not saying how much was subsidized from the general fund. How much was? So I know. The other thing is, couldn't we have done this maybe in increments, like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, so it wouldn't be such a high impact on the residents?
With some of the rates, and I understand the concern in terms of raising the rates a significant amount, in terms of per lot. With regard to some of the districts, they have been in the area and they were dropped in prior years. I think, attachment, on page 91, it shows the historical rate of all the LLMDs. So some of these are still in line with some of the past assessments, but due to cost allocations and the methodology that they were being assessed and spread per parcel, they were incorrectly dropped to specific levels. So as an example, yes, I think some of them look significant, such as Zone 9 is going from $8 to $77. However, the original assessment was $85. So it's actually below the maximum allowable assessment that was originally approved for that subdivision that was notified to the residents,
And
right?
they have another fee. They have like a
They have a
CFD
CFD
fee.
fee, yeah.
Yeah, so they have a double fee there as well.
Correct.
So they're definitely being charged.
But so in
To
that,
clarify, for different services, they're not being charged double for the same services.
correct, it's a separate service.
Right, but they're being
They
charged
have a
that
separate
every year
assessment for a
and they have
separate
no
list of
input on that,
services
how
as
much
an
they're
enterprise
charged.
fund.
Just real quick, I want to just sum up one example of a rate increase that's out of our control that is being put on us and all the cities statewide. PG&E, I think I mentioned it in a previous council meeting, PG&E is increasing their rates by 16% this year alone. So every LLMD we have has power for the sprinkler systems. There's lighting, certain street lights that are part of the LLMD that are not city lights. They're actually belong to that district. So just that 16% increase alone, that gives you a little bit of an example of some of the things that we're trying to vet out right now to get an accurate number for where the LLMDs need to be. So.
Yeah, I get it. 35 extra a month on PG&E, and I'm not using any more power. Trying to keep the lights off. So just a question, in terms of the rates, in terms of the actuarial perspective on this. So going prospective instead of retro, when do you true up the rates? When do you come back and say, well, okay, so we're charging these rates this year, like a budget? Do you ever go back and say, well, this is what actually was spent last year? And how do you reconcile what was actually spent with your continually prospective rates, which if not controlled, could go out of control? I mean, people could start paying a big increase every year and it may not correspond necessarily to the reality. How do you bring it back to the reality of what actually happened? And do they get a credit if it's less? Like if you charge a certain amount, do they get money built back, credited back to their rates the next
Correct.
year?
If you have a beginning fund balance or you have some money that's left over from the prior year, the assessments could go down. So if it was an exceptionally wet year and we didn't have to use as much water from Cal Water, there would be a credit to the water utility that could be used in a subsequent year to start with a savings and then reduce the assessment the next year.
Yeah, and then to add to that, Mayor, we're making some significant changes to how these funds are accounted for. Rather than lumping them up into a single fund for LLMDs, we're breaking them out to be able to track expenses a lot more accurately for each zone. And so to your point, that's going to tell us what we're spending, what we're not spending, and it's going to tell us how much fixed budget we actually have. Because once these rates are adopted, if they're adopted, we know exactly how much is going to come in, which tells us exactly how much we can spend, right? And, as Deputy City Manager mentioned, if we don't spend all of it in 1 year, well, that's a good starting point to be able to reduce the fees for next year. Prop 218 wouldn't be required at that point. We can just let the residents know you're going to be paying less on your property taxes. But it really starts with proper accounting of these revenues from the LLMDs in their own fund.
My concern, I get what you're saying. I appreciate that. The accounting is going to be better. It's going to be per LLMD, and those are good steps in the area of accountability. The issue I have is government 101, which is if you don't spend your budget, you don't get that next year. So what I hope won't be repeated is if there is money left over in these accounts, we don't send them over to another account that was a little short, or, we say, wow, we've got, extra money at Rosewood Estates. Let's go out and plant some more bushes or something. I think this is taxpayer money here, and I would really like to see accountability in terms of, the residents paying as little as possible, not having those amounts. That's the danger I see of having a budget per LLMD like this, and why I'd like to see it trued up and to see exactly a report to the council every year. How much, I'll go along with it because I don't really know, the cost this year, but next year we will, right? What's your tail on this? 1 or 2 years to have statistical reliability on this, 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, every year.
We do this every year.
Every year we provide an engineering report that accounts for all the costs with the
Report
LLMDs.
every year. And we'll get a report every year on this?
Correct.
The city has gotten a report every year, or the council has.
Yeah, every year it's a vote, but usually it's no changes because
Right.
there's nothing much going on there. And now we're going to 28%. So you see where there's a shock value to these numbers. And I'm not disputing the methodology here and that there's a need for this. I just want to make sure that these numbers are spot on and that what's being budgeted is actually being incurred.
Yeah, and Mayor, you made a good point as to, yes, residents should actually be paying as little as possible for the service that they want or for the landscaping that they want. And so to that end, at some point in the near future, we're going to be going out to RFP to find out if it actually does cost us less to have a private company perform the landscaping maintenance on these LLMDs. And if that's the case, we would contract with them, potentially save some money to the ratepayers, and also free up our public works staff for maintenance on our infrastructure rather than on landscaping. So that's one way. But also, I think being more cognizant of what the costs actually are every year in an environment. We talked about utilities, but also, growth within the city that's, is LLM, we have to analyze our LLMDs are actually the best way to go to provide this service, to beautify the community, to beautify neighborhoods. We may not be adding any more LLMDs in the future. We might just go to the CFD route to also maintain other services like parks, like streets within specified neighborhoods. But those are all things that we're doing on a yearly basis to make sure that costs are down for residents. But going forward, you'll see a lot more proactivity on that end.
I hear you. That's a good point. The HOAs are a good way of getting actual people with non-government jobs who are landscapers, who can look at these costs and go, wow, we could do this a lot cheaper, or wow, what a great deal. Let's keep it with the city. But at least you have that comparison. And I think having the reliable numbers is important to start that. All right, anybody else? Is there a motion to,
Your public comment?
oh, sorry, yeah, let's go to the public. I did.
Good.
I did. Nobody had anything to say.
Nobody.
Anybody, okay, come on up, Mr. Avalos.
1701 Dinuba. You know, for the future planning of the LLMDs, I would probably look into future solar panels in these geographical areas to minimize electricity cost, you know, future. And if any grants or whatever are available in the federal level, see if we can achieve them and grab them, not only for the LMDs, but also for the parks as well, you know. Also for the police station, you know, they're parking where their cars are at. Save the energy for not only just the residents, the taxpayers, but also our city employees and our community here and that work here in our community, you know. I think it's the thing of the future, so we have to step to the future, guys, and look at with cost savings. Smart at what we do. And like this gentleman says, LMD costs are going up. Maybe might have to change the landscaping to a low maintenance operation to minimize the cost for the taxpayers. You know, like I'll give you a good example. Valley View Estates was the first in California to develop the drought-free resistance housing area in here in Selma. So we should look at those avenues as well. So think about those things for the future, guys. Thank you.
Anybody else with any comments at this time? Anybody online or on the phone?
Hello, Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Lorena Bettenport, 13. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I thought I unmuted before. Lorena Bettenport, 1326 Goldridge. So I agree with what Mr. Avalos has just stated for future developments. It's really concerning that there's yet another cost that we're going to incur, the community is going to, because something was overlooked. You know, I just feel like we see this a lot, or we've been hearing this a lot, like something was overlooked, something was missed. There's no accountability by the city, but yet we are the ones that have to pay for it as a community. So that's concerning. The fact that you're wanting to bring a third party vendor to come and assess, I don't know that that's a great idea, because you did that with the trash and it seems like we're going to be paying more for that as well. So I think that there needs to be more accountability for it, and just more of an assessment with the management, the funds, and everything that's happening there at the city, because it's only costing us more money, the community, the people that live here. I don't know that all of you guys live in Selma. We do, and we're the ones that are paying for it. So please consider that in the future.
Anybody else with any comments? Come on up. Everything under the sky.
He never said that.
Oh, there you go. Now you tell me. Start it over again. Nobody wants to take accountability. Nobody wants to burden themselves. Everybody wants to live in a nice nice neighborhood. Everybody wants nice entryway, nice landscape. But God forbid if you had been asked to pay for that. Oh, no, it's not my responsibility. Where's the city going to come up with the money? Where does the city come up with all the funds? It's from all of us. It's the tax. I don't have kids in Selma High or any Selma, but in fact, I have property in Selma. My property taxes come here to help pay for it, and I'm okay with that. Got no qualms at all because I own property. At the end of the day, somebody has to pay for all this. Every time a slight increase goes in effect, all of a sudden it's like all hell breaks loose, but you can spend all the money elsewhere doing something else that it doesn't concern you. All I want to say is, hey, if you're getting something in return for something, don't always bite the hand that feeds you, for God's sake. Don't always complain about every last nickel and dime while you're being extravagant somewhere else. At the end of the day, we all have to man up. We all have to take risks. Well, certainly if somebody's property, the fees went up tremendously, I can see them questioning it. And I can see some maybe real reason to soften the blow. Somebody mentioned over a 2 or 3 year period. And if you have some excess, give them a break the next year. But at the end of the day, everything costs money. At the end of the day, nothing has come to you free. Nobody gives you anything. You have to do what you want to do. If you want to live in a nice area, there's a cost of doing business in that nice area at the end of it. Simple as that, okay? There's not a lot of handouts, not a lot of magic to any of this. I don't know why everybody's complaining all the time about every nickel and dime that they get assessed for. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment? That'll cost you $5.99 for a new microphone, so your money with Raina.
No problem, Mayor.
Anybody else with any comments? That will bring the this discussion back to the council. I would just say these are the difference here is these are mandatory fees. The citizens don't have any choice with what they have to pay for the LLMDs. And I like hearing that from the city about CFDs and HOAs because it puts it back on the citizens if they can do it more cost effectively and take care of their neighborhood. So I like hearing that. Right now, it's the city's way or the highway. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the way it is. The citizens don't really have choice on that. So I applaud the city for looking at the future subdivisions and the future areas and being creative on that and not just necessarily putting the residents in an LLMD. Any other comment before I ask for a motion? Is there a motion on this item? Okay.
Is it a motion that you need or you just need direction? Because it's gonna go to public comment, I mean, a
We're
public
authorizing
hearing.
the mailing of the 218 notice of public hearing if you approve the report tonight.
So then you need a motion. Okay, so I make a motion to go ahead and approve the
The proposed rates and setting out the notices for the Prop 218.
yes, thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Yes, as revised in the notice that remove the districts that aren't increasing above the maximum allowed assessment.
Thank you.
We do need a motion. It's revised. Has it been revised?
Are you gonna send us a copy?
Yes, that was my motion as revised.
Councilman Trio made a good point. Can we get a copy of those LLMDs that are exempt from the 218?
We'll send a revised
Thank you,
staff report.
City Manager. Okay, with that, we'll call for a vote.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, we'll move on to item 3, which is consideration of a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with the city of Kingsburg to provide animal care services.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We are happy to present to the council an agreement with the city of Kingsburg for animal care services. And our animal services director, Terry Rockhold, is here to talk more about what that contract entails. And so I'll hand it over to her.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, mayor. During the course of implementing the new animal services program, the City of Kingsburg reached out to the Selma staff in hopes of contracting with the City of Selma to provide the sheltering services. After considering the challenges of the city is currently facing, a lot of the production of animal control services. It's very difficult to find somebody to actually take this on consistently. It is clear that probably the regional approach could offer significant benefits for cities involved. Similar to successful regional approach the city of Selma has taken in other areas of law enforcement. We're confident that entering into agreement with Kingsburg would offer benefits such as additional grant funding and increased adoption rates. Current staffing capacity is sufficient to support the additional. I'd like to cover some of the specifics of this particular contract. We would receive and evaluate stray animals brought in by the city of Kingsburg.
Director Rockhold, could you speak up a little bit, please? Thank you.
We would, again, we'll go over some of the specifics of this particular contract. We will receive and evaluate stray animals brought in by the city of Kingsburg between hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. Monday through Saturday. That would, Kingsburg would be responsible for Sundays in their holding facilities and care. We would provide food, water, shelter, preventative medical care, and evaluations of the animal's health, temperament, and condition once accepted into shelter. The emergency medical care needed for animals prior to admittance into the shelter shall remain the responsibility of the city of Kingsburg. We would provide housing and care for animals from the city of Kingsbury that are subject to legal required holding periods. Typically from the Selma Muni Code, Food and Ag Codes, Penal Codes, and some of the Civil Code sections. Some of those would include stray holds, rabies quarantine holds, protective custody. The dangerous and vicious dog determinations would follow hearing processes in our particular Selma Code. We would also provide community outreach for Kingsburg, and those would be typically some of the resource clinics, microchips, vaccines, and some of that would be contingent upon availability of veterinarians. We would also provide basic training, typically catch pole skills, microchip scanning procedures, and basic animal handling for any of the Kingsburg personnel that would have to handle that, and we weren't doing it for them. Also, and this is stated in the contract as opposed to the scope of work, to facilitate consistency of services and provide legal authority, Kingsburg will adopt and maintain city ordinances that are the same or substantially similar to the Selma animal ordinances. Regarding some of the fiscal impact, Selma staff and Kingsburg staff met and estimated a per animal cost for providing this care service. Staff believes the contract amount of $60,000 per year would cover the cost of providing services to the city of Kingsburg. Kingsburg would be billed monthly and the agreement would be revisited 3 months prior to 1-year expiration of the agreement to consider term extensions. This cost is based on a 60 animal a year, about $1,100 per animal with an approximately 5-day hold. Kingsburg right now has a 10-day hold, and that is part of the reason why we would like to have some consistency within ordinances. Selma's is 5 days. And I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions for Director Rockhold before we open it up to the public?
I just have a real quick question regarding the terms. So this contract would be effective after it's signed, right? And it would remain in effect until December 31st of this year. So that would be less than a year of a contract. Is that correct?
No, we would have to change the dates. The plan is to have it effective as of the fiscal year July 1st for a full fiscal year until June 30th of 25.
Okay, that was in section 13.
Is December 31st, 24.
Right, yeah, no, we would, and that was when the agreement was, has been drafted since that time, but when it goes to Kingsburg for their approval, the dates will be changed.
So we just got the Exhibit B. It wasn't included in our packet and we got it about 550. So I haven't really had a chance to dig into these numbers, the cost breakdown per animal. But what I can say with my experience with Second Chance from 2013 to 2021 was you get a lot of animals from Kingsburg, you get a lot of dogs, and potentially you get hoarders. And your budget of 60,000, given your rates, could, you know, you're saying, I mean, given your rates, Director Rockhold, for a successful outcome, non-youth, $1,600. That's what you're going to charge Kingsburg. That's 37 dogs a year. If you euthanize all of them, which I know you won't, but just saying that, your limit's 30 dogs.
And may I?
Please.
So that's why we use an average of 1,100 per 5-day hold. And that gives us, we don't have specific stats. So that we are looking at approximately 60. And then at 1,160 or 1,160 animal, we're at 66,000.
Mayor, if I may add to that, you know, what Director Rockhold is referring to as far as specific stats, the only stats we have, reliable stats we have, are since we took over the shelter from January to now. And in that period, the projection is for about 60 animals coming into the shelter from Kingsburg. And to your point, we're not assuming that we're euthanizing any animals, maybe some that are, you know, for medical reasons or what have you, may need to be. But the point is that of a short-term 1-year contract is to be able to look at the stats at the end of the year one, reevaluate, and if those costs need to be, excuse me, increased or decreased based on the volume of animals that we are receiving from Kingsburg, then it gives us the flexibility, hence the option to renew at mutually agreeable terms for several years after the first year.
And just refresh my memory, City Manager, what's the term of the contract?
It gives us, it's 1 year with the ability to renew for several additional years, I believe 3, if I'm not 4.
And what's the termination requirement? How many months before you can terminate? Is it 6 or 3?
90
It's
days.
90 days. We would begin renegotiating before at the 9-month period.
So just for historical, I looked up one of invoices when I was doing the billing for the shelter in 2019, June 14th, 2019. I sent an invoice to City Manager Henderson in Kingsburg. And it's interesting. Second Chance had 60 dogs too as a projection and charged, looked at and wanted to hold it to 5 dogs a month and charged $250 a dog. This was 5 years ago. And I have a bill here where retrospectively, right, after we looked it up on Pet Point, what the numbers were. And Selma took in 119 dogs from Kingsburg. So I'm just saying it can really get away from you. 60 is just, I know it's your first year, but it can be a lot more than that. And then the 1 year there was a hoarder situation and it was nuts. I mean, there were just so many animals that came in and that were sick and needed help. And thank goodness Fresno Humane, and it wasn't Fresno Humane then, it was the SPCA that assisted with that. And the DA got involved because it was a hoarder situation. But again, that 60 is kind of an optimistic projection at this point. And my last point is if we don't charge them enough, then we're subsidizing. City of Selma is subsidizing City of Kingsburg and City of Kingsburg dogs. As much as I want to help City of Kingsburg dogs and the animals there and have a big heart for them, I don't think the City of Selma should be called on to subsidize because this is 100% subsidized operation by the city now. This is not, this is a city department of the PD. So city taxpayers are bearing these expenses, I think, even more than they did with Second Chance Animal Shelter when the nonprofit was running it. So I would just inject that note as caution to make sure that these projections are spot on and that the correct number of dogs are being charged for.
I absolutely appreciate that.
I have a couple of questions
Yeah,
for you.
well,
Mr.
if I
Aqua.
could, Councilmember Guerra, if I could just address the mayor's comment really quick, because I think it's important to establish that, projections are just that. And so there's nothing fixed about, the projections that we're making. And, the fact that we're actually bringing in $60,000 compared to, the 3,000 roughly that Second Chance was bringing in for 119 animals back in 2019. I think it really speaks to our foresight in being able to recover a lot of these costs that the city was previously subsidizing almost 100% for this service to Kingsburg. And so goal is to reduce any kind of, or eliminate any kind of subsidies. What it takes is some time to establish those statistics, to develop those costs with actual practice and experience in bringing in these animals. And then we can know exactly, you know, what the volume is going to be after the first year. But I appreciate your comment. I completely agree that the city should not be subsidizing service to any other community besides the city of Selma.
And I
residents.
appreciate your response, city manager, and I appreciate that. You reminded me of this line. However, the compensation received by Second Chance for services in the summary, whoever wrote this, I don't know who wrote it, but for services provided to Kingsburg was minimal, roughly 3,000, and did not cover the necessary expenses for proper care of the animals. That is a factually incorrect statement. That my invoice here, June 14, 2019, sent to City Manager Henderson of Kingsburg, was for an amount of 14,750 for the additional amount, or the additional 59 animals. So Second Chance at that time did budget and did look at it and did charge the appropriate fee at that time. So it was believed for the additional 59, in addition to the 60 dogs that the Second Chance Animal Shelter did charge for. So I appreciate that, city manager. I did want to bring that up as a typo on page 102 to the roughly 3,000, and did want to take issue with the notion that Second Chance did not charge accordingly for the number of animals, because it did charge additional charges according to the fee schedule that the nonprofit had set up for the nonprofit at that time.
If I could speak to the additional benefits that comes with contracting with other cities when we write grants. The grantors such as PetSmart Charities and Petco Love and places like that tend to favor resource type of hub type of animal operations. If you're writing a grant for just one particular city, it is, although quite a need, but you can display a little bit more of a need and a little bit more of an impact when you have contracted cities. They look at that and they look at it as an impact, is the ability to have a greater impact.
Do we have any more comments from the city council?
I have just a couple of questions. You mentioned our contract, or when we took over in January. Can you tell me from January to now how many dogs you took in from Kingsburg?
Tell you that we took in 9 animals total.
9? Okay. Now, are we still taking dogs from, dogs from Fowler?
I have a contract with Fowler.
So 0 dogs from Fowler.
I will say that we are only as good as what our, the information that we're provided.
By the way, with regard to, and I mentioned that the agreement will kick in July 1st, but the agreement will also include costs incurred between now and the end of June. So whatever services have been provided to Kingsburg up until the point that the new agreement kicks in will be reimbursed to the city.
Anyone from the public have any comment at this time? Come on up, sir. Ma'am, sir.
I have a question. Can the contract be, rather than a whole year, could it be 6 months so that you would have a better opportunity to evaluate the number of dogs that are being picked up from Kingsburg, rather than wait a whole year and say, oh, we went way over budget because we got 10, 100 animals instead of just the 60 that you had anticipated getting? Is that even a consideration to be able to shorten the length of the contract just for the first year, do 6 months and 6 months, and then give you a better idea of what your actual services that are going to be needed to be provided to Kingsburg, and then you could go for a year at a time, because then you have a better idea, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Ms. Salas. We looked at that as a possibility. There's just so much variability from month to month that 6 months is just too short of a timeline to get a really good figure as to how it's going to be represented over the course, of the following year. It's just too small of a window for us to evaluate because, in the winter, you might have a lot less animals out on the street than you do during the springtime or the summer. So having a whole year and the seasonal changes gives us a better perspective.
Anyone else? Come on up, sir.
I just have a clarifying question. So if the contract goes into effect in, what is it, June or July? When did it go? July? So we're operating with Kingsburg without a contract right now? Is that what I'm hearing? So I mean, isn't that a liability? I'm just saying. Because we're talking about contracts and, all this mumbo jumbo and legal stuff, and yet we've been taking their animals since I don't know when without a contract, and we're still continuing. Early the beginning of May. I don't know how you guys see it, but to me, it's like, that shouldn't even be happening. We're not picking up animals from Fowler because we don't have a contract, but we're picking up animals from Kingsburg without a contract. I'm confused. I don't know about anybody else, but very confusing to me. Would somebody care to explain it or why we're doing it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I can address the question. The reason that we are continuing our partnership with Kingsburg is because Kingsburg was previously served by a Second Chance Animal Shelter. There were no other service providers that could assist them with their animal service control or animal sheltering. We agreed to assist them with the understanding that we would be reimbursed for the costs. That is not the case with Fowler because Fowler at no point had they, agreed to reimburse us for any cost. So the reason we're operating with Kingsburg and not with Fowler is for the continuity of service for Kingsburg with the understanding the city would be reimbursed. Fowler is a completely different situation where we'd be entering into a brand new contract with them going forward.
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I'm just really still blown out of the water of the fact, 11 years ago when we did start the contract with Second Chance Animal Shelter and contracted with the City of Selma and had all this experience and didn't use much of taxpayer money to have the dogs, being taken care of and getting them adopted and doing what we need to do for the animals. Kingsburg has T-Mobile, many restaurants. They have so much revenue coming in. They were supposed to do their own shelter, and they can do their own shelter to service their own animals. I'm just still blown out of the water why we're still catering to them when we still have animals all over town, and we need to take care of our Selma animals first. And to have been doing it without a contract is absolutely a huge liability. I'm just so confused why Kingsburg just refuses to have and build their own contract. Their own animal shelter. Arosi did it, Parlier did it, Sanger did it. Fowler hopefully is going to do it. They're smart enough, and stop depending on Selma. But Selma has their own problems, homeless, dogs, and we got to take them all in. Get going, Kingsburg. Get going, other cities. Stop relying on Selma's taxpayer money. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Hi, Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Lorena Betancourt, 1326 Goldridge. So I have a question regarding the animals here. Our stray dogs, there's still a ton of animals out there that are they being picked up because I know that I've called myself 3 times, 3 different occasions. I've waited and nobody shows up. I'm being told, yep, we're gonna let them know. Yep, we're gonna get out there. I have waited for 45 minutes and nobody shows up. I'm still getting calls myself. I know Second Chance is still getting calls. We're the ones helping animals. What is happening with the City of Selma shelter? Are they picking up? I don't know if they have a vehicle. I don't know if they're the ones that are going and assessing when the animals are hurt. You know, how is the contract with Kingsburg going to impact the shelter and the ability to house animals? How many? And how are they going to be euthanized? What resources do they have? Because I know we've called ourselves to different rescues. Everybody's full. Everybody is full everywhere and nobody wants to take any more animals. So how is that going to impact Selma with our animals that are in need by taking other animals in from other cities? And what is happening with the pickup? Because again, I know I've called myself, and that's why people in the community go to Facebook to reach out and to ask questions. And you guys keep saying that there's lies everywhere on Facebook. They're not lies. It's things that are happening. That's the only place that people are getting answers. Sometimes they're wrong, most of the time they're right. So I think that we need to get it together, and I think you guys need to get it together. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Jim Abbott, 1701. So dogs, I'm a dog lover, guys. I love animals. I grew up with animals and I still got animals. And I have nothing against the animals, trying to help the animals in any community and anything that takes place but at the same time, you gotta tell yourself, hey, wait a minute, Kingsbury's got it going on, man, because like you said, T-Mobile, everything going, but also they don't have the homeless issue. They take care of the homeless issue. Uh, the dog issue, they're taking care of the dog issue now. So you got to tell yourself, okay, what are they doing over there? But we're not doing here, you know. So you have to tell yourself a little bit. If we're going to take these dogs in from other areas, we're going to have to charge a little more. Take care of these animals, you know. We're gonna have to train staff more efficient. Even though it's under the guidelines of the police department of vicious animals, everything, and the liabilities issues there as well on the officers getting the animal. If he ever gets bit, whoever gets bit, there's liabilities there. We have to think of those issues. We're smart, and that's why in the past we delegated in a different direction because we got away from the liability issues for the city. But I see we're back to square one now. But we have to deal with this. You guys have to deal with it, the council. But all I can say that I would take a little long look is the cost factor. I would come back another meeting, say what's going to cost to do this for the other cities. You know what I mean? I don't want you guys to get shortchanged. You know, I want you to call the right figures for the city of Selma. I don't want you guys to be impacted by 20 dogs all of a sudden overnight and not knowing the staff. Oh, I didn't expect this. So I would probably maybe table this for a little bit for the next council meeting, that we had a little knowledge on what is actually gonna take place a little bit and have a better understanding between both cities. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments at this time? That will bring the matter back to council.
Hi, caller. Can you state your name, please?
Nidia Juarez.
Yeah.
So my question is, I'm all about helping Kingsburg, and yes, we had a contract with them in the past. It's not about helping or not helping, or if we have the ability or the room at the shelter, we must get at least 10 to 20 calls and text messages a day saying animals are here, they're strays, they're not getting picked up. And so we refer them back to Selma Animal Services, but callers are telling us we've already called 2 or 3 times. This is the second, third day. Nobody's picking up. Nobody's picking up these dogs. So I'm all for helping the animals, but shouldn't we take care of our own first? Shouldn't we make sure that our house is in order before we go and, help other communities surrounding us when we still have a huge stray dog problem? And that doesn't seem to be coming down. And with summer coming and litters of puppies that are going to be getting dropped off at the door at the shelter because it's happened in the past, you guys are going to have your hands full. So my question to staff is, yes, it's great to help surrounding communities if we had the power to do so, but we don't. We have a huge stray dog problem in Selma, and it's not solved now. It's not getting fixed now with the city being in charge of it. So how is it going to get better if we take on another contract for another city? That's another 10, 15 dogs a month. So I'm just worried about what's going to happen to the stray animal population in Selma. It feels like it's getting worse and worse. And like I said, we get 10 to 15, 20 calls a day saying dogs aren't getting picked up. We've called, and nobody's answering our calls. So how is that being addressed? And why is the community still reaching out to us when you guys are the ones in charge already? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, we'll bring the matter back to council. I had a question for Director Rockhold. How many animals are there right now at the shelter?
About 32.
32. How many of those are Kingsburg? 9? Or is 9 the total
1.
since 1-1? Okay. And then I have the Kingsburg dogs, the exposure I see here is they're budgeted for about 10 days. Do they get preferential treatment? Do you want to get them out as soon as possible? Just because after 10 days, they become Selma's cost, right? Because your budget, you're charging them for up to a 10-day stay with all the costs that go along with it, which is amazing, by the way. The intake exam and the spay and the outreach. I mean, I've never seen services like this. So they have they are well positioned to get adopted. However, it doesn't always happen that way. So what's to prevent the Selma Animal Shelter from having a whole bunch of dogs from Kingsburg that we're keeping in there and we're not getting out to rescue or adoption?
Well, I think an important piece of this is that there's a process that Kingsburg has to go to if this contract obviously goes through. There's a process that Kingsburg has to do on the front end before the dogs even arrive at the shelter. And so that process is part of the training that we will give them. I think that part of that is, well, that is a giant part of when we get in. When we get into the shelter, I mean, I think everybody in the shelter is a priority. Will we have difficulty like the rest of the state moving dogs out? That's why a lot of the focus right now is reuniting these animals with their owners. And that is the piece where you're using Facebook and you're using Kingsburg and you're using Selma. I think the piece of Facebook and social media is what is helping us and the city and the community get these animals back. I think there is no priority. I think it's using all of these resources at our reach to get them all back. I mean, the biggest issue we have is reuniting them, right? I mean, 6% of the animals typically only 6% are reclaimed. We cannot rely on rescue. We cannot rely on adoptions. We need to get these animals back in their homes. And so that process is outlined in that contract with Kingsburg, and we'll also follow that.
I have a question too.
Go ahead.
Let's open another question for me. So if Kingsburg calls the number, you go out and pick them up?
Nope.
They have to
We are contracting for sheltering only.
Okay.
They are responsible for their field services. And that's what that process comes in.
Okay.
Their PD or their public works will handle that.
Yeah. Okay, so my complaint is, or my issue is, Selma has a big problem with all the strays running around and And like some of these callers mentioned, they call the number and nobody gets to them. I mean, I see it just with dogs running around right here behind our building, you know, in the park. They're always in the park. They're all, I mean, I'm just wondering if, like we're saying, we got to take care of our own house first. We got to take care of our backyard before we should go in contract with another city. And if we are going to go on the contract, why don't we go double? Instead of 60,000, go 120,000 for 60 dogs. Let's see if they accept it. You guys want to get money? Don't get it from our taxpayers. Get it from someone else. Get it from another city. Get it from their taxpayer. That's just my opinion, and I just feel that that's what we should do.
Does Visalia take dogs from other cities? Visalia shelter?
City of Visalia, I believe, is contracted with one other small city, I believe.
About Madera?
Madera is contracted with Chowchilla. Madera County does Chowchilla and the city of Madera.
So we're acting like a pretty big city here. And let's face it, these services are non-paral for these dogs. It's amazing. The amount, the city resources that are going into the shelter, I've never seen before. At what point do we hit the tipping point and encourage Kingsburg to get their own shelter, as the previous speaker said? I mean, at some point, we're not a large city and we're not able to operate as Clovis or Madera or Visalia. Have there been any discussions with Kingsburg in terms of them doing their own shelter close to their dog park behind the vet hospital there or anywhere else?
Well, I think I'm sure that they have looked in-house to do it. I think the ability to do sheltering is a massive undertaking. And, you know, I mean, it's going to cost
is.
either way. I mean, you know, I don't necessarily have an answer for you. Do we need to take care of our house? Absolutely. We also need some grace and some patience to deal with the situation at hand and what we inherited. And so to implement processes and protocol across the board, it will take some time to manage the population. I will tell you that I am in the office when the phone rings 6 days a week, and that phone is answered every time it rings. And so I think we also need to understand that for a decade, one phone number was used for animal services, and now it's a different time. So we also need a little bit of a space with which the community to understand who is answering the calls now.
Got it, 896 guys. The question I have is, what is the end date with Kingsburg? I mean, is this being envisioned to go on indefinitely? Because I really do think that they should be encouraged to have their own solution.
Well, I think that's why it's a short contract. That's why there's a beginning and end, so we can reevaluate whether it works for us or whether it works for Kingsburg. I think it's a mutual conversation.
And they
If we
can
find
learn
that it's
from
not
second-
working monetarily or number of animals coming in, then we will absolutely have to renegotiate and address that.
And they can learn from City of Selma Animal Services, and it sounds like you're giving them an educational process, but I think, you know, a good nudge helps as well, and there's nothing like a deadline to help that along as well with the city.
I agree.
Okay, any other comments before we open it up for a motion? Is there a motion to approve or turn down the resolution approving and authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement with City of Kingsburg to provide animal care services?
I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No, but I would like to see it increase to 120, and I would say yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Item 4, proposed schedule for city council special workshop.
Mayor and council members, what you have before you is just inquiring to look at your availability to schedule a special workshop to discuss the topic of homelessness. So we are looking at the week of May 28th. I say that because May 27th is a holiday. We don't want to schedule it on May 27th. So if you can look at your calendars and advise if there is a time on possibly the 28th that works for council, or the 29th, or the 30th, or Friday.
We're trying to keep it away from a council week. So if that week in particular does not work for council, the week of June 10th, it could potentially be an option as well.
Fridays are always good for, that Friday is good for me, anytime, the 31st.
Do we have any other council members that work for Friday? We're looking
I
at,
could do the 28th.
you can do the 28th.
Tuesday?
Yep, that's Tuesday.
Would have to be an evening if it's that Tuesday.
Are we talking 5:30?
Because
Because there is a planning commission meeting tentatively scheduled
that's fine.
for that time. So we would have to possibly do something earlier, like at 4.
Force pushing it. 5. It's a holiday that day, so, or the day before, Monday. Memorial Day is the 27th.
Day after Memorial Day holiday. I'm good with
Fine.
28th at
Yeah,
4:30.
So Councilmember Mendoza Navarro can meet on the 28th in the evening, but she's also available on the Friday. Councilmember Guerra is available on the 28th.
You can do the 28th.
I have a meeting that night on the 28th, at night though.
Fridays are bad. It's the end of the month for me.
Not that you necessarily asked, I also do have a council meeting on Tuesday night, so,
Can we look at Wednesday? The 29th?
I can do the 29th.
The
We can-
29th.
Can we do, does it have to be in the afternoon? Can we look at maybe first thing in the
First thing in the
morning?
morning, first thing in the morning or late in the afternoon.
9 o'clock. 9 good? Okay.
Okay.
9
I
good,
could do-
Wednesday, the 29th?
Ooh, let me
Okay,
check my calendar.
let's do it.
What time?
9 o'clock. All right, thank you.
Do we have consensus from all 5 council members?
Consensus.
Thank you, council.
Item 5,
No, we did that one.
we did that one. Okay, we're going to open this up to, this is going to be a public hearing. Oh yeah, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 9 o'clock. And our next item is a public hearing item. And this is going to be consideration of a resolution amending the schedule of fees and charges for business license application fees and establishment of a one-day business license fee.
Good evening again, council. At the April 1st council meeting, your council gave direction to staff to revisit these fees based off a summary and analysis provided by staff that looked at regionally what the cost of some of the one-day vendor business license fees are for, vendors who maybe attend a singular event a year and sell crafts or food or what have you, or provide a service such as, face painting, caricatures, what have you. And so staff took a look at some of the costs regionally and arrived at a fee of about $30 for the one day business license fee. In addition, staff revisited the business license cost in terms of how hours and rates were allocated, and came to the conclusion that that fee should also be reduced from $205 to $155. So this item before you is a public hearing, first reading of looking at reducing these fees accordingly. So staff is available for questions.
Got it. Thank you for that, Deputy City Manager. Does council have any questions for the Deputy City Manager before we open the public hearing to the public? With that, we will open the public hearing to the public for public input from the public. Does anybody have any input at this time? Anybody online or on the phone?
Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised. Oh, I take that back. I saw one hand raised. Hello, caller, your line is open. Removed his hand.
Okay. We'll move on from online and come back, close the public hearing, and bring the matter back to council. Is there any discussion regarding this business license application fee and the one-day business license fee? A question for the Deputy City Manager. So what was the data that was used for the formulation of the $30 business license fee? The one-day business license fee?
So as articulated in the staff report, staff reviewed regional fees to kind of get a idea of the range of one-day business license fees. And then we reviewed what our process would be to, review and issue a similar type permit. And typically, staff reviews out-of-town business licenses from people coming from that have an established business like in Fresno or unincorporated county, what have you, that are coming in town to conduct business. And that fee is $30. And that is a fee that is processed through staff and is basically you ask and you get, because they're required to have a business license and go through that review process in other areas. This is simply a one-day license. They identify where they're going to operate, how long, what event, and it's a relatively simple process.
Okay. And is this a new type of event? Is this a new type of charge for vendors?
This would be a new fee for vendors instead of having to get a full business license application, the $155 that has been previously required, or at least considered to be required for special events. This establishes a one-day business license for folks who don't want to run a business all year, that maybe want to do 1, 2, maybe 3 events a year instead of doing $155. And if you do 5 events, then maybe at that point it's better to just operate a business and get a business license for that. So, oh, and on top of that, home occupation permits, and it's a segue to my departmental update too. As part of the zoning code update, we looked at revisiting the home occupations, a major and minor, with a minor being processed as just a regular business license application with a list of conditions on how they operate. They don't have customers, maybe they go places and provide a service, whereas the major home occupations would be businesses that have you know, one customer an hour and they provide a service at their home. So with most vendors, if they were to have a business license, they wouldn't be considered a minor home occupation. They would only need a regular business license and not the full home occupation permit, which is an additional $400+ for that application.
Got it. So what if I want to go to an event in a park and make pizzas? I want to make pizzas in my home and I want to bring them to the park, sell them there.
Trick question. So for one day,
One day.
So one day you would need the one-day business license as well as a health permit through the county.
But you wouldn't need a home occupation permit because you're making food there.
Correct. You're not operating out of your home, you're operating at the event for one day.
And that's the key. Where you're selling your pizzas from is directs traffic as to where you have to get your permit. Is that correct?
You're operating in concert with the event at that location, and there's no carryover to what it is you're operating at your house beyond that one day.
And then, as we saw with the Sikh,
Yeah.
I saw with Sikh Parade, they have these vendors coming from out of town. They don't really know them. They've just come from out of town for 30 years, and there wasn't really a very easy way, or, since this was the first time, to collect that information. Does the city have an easier way for these vendors, pop-ups, whatever, how to have you to have these business one-day license fees to be captured ahead of time?
So, specific to the Sikh Parade, we had that discussion with the organizers, and they would be reaching out and we would communicate with them to obtain that list of vendors and give them the permitting requirements, which at that time would be this one-day license fee, $30. And so reaching out, I think the discussion earlier was very good. Staff does communicate with the legacy event organizers or the large event organizers to try and capture what their requirements will be early on so they can reach out to any vendors or other people that are associated with the events so that they can make proper application to the county, to the city, whoever, and obtain proper documentation for operating during their event. That being said, staff is obviously revisiting our information available to the public, and as part of a checklist, informational material, we would identify, are you operating more than once? If not, you would obtain this one-day business license as part of an event.
So Fowler has $14 one-day license fee and a maximum of one per year. What do you do if you have two events in Fowler? Do you have to buy a business license?
I'd have to verify, but I believe so.
That would be substantially more.
Maybe not it'd be more. I don't have the exact amount in front of me. But that being said,
concept.
Part of this also is still part of our current ordinance structure that requires cost recovery. So the $30 costs is for us to process, which is similar, as I stated, to the out-of-town business license, which already has a fee of $30 with staff time allocated to that.
That was your rationale. Got it.
Okay, I have a question. And it's just a scenario. Let's say someone pulls a permit once and then pulls it again. And let's say he decides, and let's say they pop up two more events and we're in June. And they've already done two, so that's $60. They go back and say, hey, I'd like to get the year. Will you guys adjust that and help them? Because you'll have an intro. I'm just asking a question because, yeah, because I mean, we don't, everything's volatile. Things where people are moving and you guys will have the records. Is that something you guys will be considering?
I think we've considered prorating business licenses for the amount of the year that they're operating.
Yeah, because you got pop-up events, you got people, right?
Right.
And they choose to do one and they choose to do another. They're saying, hey, you know what? Maybe it is worth getting the year. But are you guys anticipating that? Because, those are things that just pop up. And I'm just asking because next year we'll be back. We'll be discussing this. Just want to discuss it now.
We could take a look at it in terms of if people apply multiple times and then they choose to convert it to a business license, what that process would entail and how we could go about maybe paperwork wise, taking into account that they've already filed the application 3 times. We reviewed it. We understand what they're doing. How do we move from the 1 day to the 1 year and see what we can do in terms of justifying some sort of remaining amount of that fee if they paid it, going towards the full application fee.
I have a question. Okay, I'm just looking at the amounts for these other cities, Fowler 14, Dinuba $7.75 per day, Sanger 19 per day, Kingsburg 12.50 per day, but we're 30 per day. I mean, you don't think that's a little steep for Selma?
Again, our ordinance requires 100% cost recovery. And so this amount covers staff's full cost. So with regard to the other cities and what their cost recovery ordinance and what their fees require for them to collect, I couldn't speak exactly towards what those amounts are based on the fee, but it varies. And for the most part, some of those cities do have different cost recovery allocations than the city of Selma.
Okay, and you mentioned this is new. So how are we charging people or vendors that are on private property? Because if the Sikhs do it at their church, that's their private property. Am I correct or not correct?
I'm not understanding the question. Are you speaking in regards to an event or just operating at the Sikh temple?
Okay, well, it's an event. I mean, I'm just gonna say, okay, what if a church uses it? Say they're a church and say they put on an event and they get vendors on their property. So you're saying we're gonna charge every single vendor
$30.
$30? So Marty Lynch's event that he does, his soup festival for the community. So you're saying that every person that goes there that has a booth or takes their soup, you're gonna charge $30?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe, I believe they give the soup away at that event so that they're not selling it, so they wouldn't need a vendor's permit.
Okay, but the Sikh parade, they give everything free, except the clothing, except their jewelry items, except, that thing. But the food
Right.
that's a giveaway.
Right,
They don't
and-
charge for that.
Right, and they're still required to have food handler permits and other items to be licensed to give away the food. But as part of our process in terms of having a vendor business or a business type license, they do not need one because they're not selling food. The people selling textiles, clothes, and other items do need a one-day business license, which is what the discussion was with the Sikh parade organizers in terms of for this year, we were allowing them to proceed with the understanding that next year that they would need the one-day vendor's permit, which they are aware of, which they have already stated to staff that they would notify vendors early in advance that they would need that type of license.
It was my understanding that because it's an event open to the public, they're regulated by the city. If it's an event just for their own parishioners, the city doesn't get involved.
That is correct, Mayor.
Relation event.
With regards to special events, a birthday party, any type of organized event that is not open to the public does not require any sort of oversight from the city.
Got it.
And that was actually what my comment was gonna be, is that I do remember that it depends on, again, the Sikh parade, I know the Catholic St. Joseph's has events, like all these different areas have events, right? And if it's just open for their parishioners, then there's no charge. But if it's open to the public, then yes, then that's considered a,
Special event.
a special event. And then, so then that would take it a little bit further for these shopping centers that want to have something outside that they're providing, I don't know, I remember at one point we had a car wash outside of Rite Aid and we had to ask for permission from the city or have a sponsor for them to be, and this was years ago. So this was like many years ago, maybe about 10 years ago, that, like it's a private property, but again, you mentioned it's open to the public.
Regardless of whether the event that is open and an invite to the public to attend, whether it's on public or private property, you still need a special event permit because it is open to the public to attend. With churches, assembly halls, social halls, what have you, their events to their membership are usually included as part of their conditional use permit process that identifies what events they're providing to their members. Do they have other events such as, food giveaways, what have you? And that's when their permitting occurs and when their conditions occur as part of operation of that church typically.
Like, it's what's the triggering effect, basically, or what's the triggering
The
factor?
public being invited and the oversight needed to ensure safety and welfare of the public.
Got it, thanks.
Just refresh my memory, Deputy City Manager. The code enforcement officer who would enforce the business license permits that these folks have would be working on weekends and going around to these events? Or what would the enforcement mechanism be for the city?
It would be code enforcement or some sort of inspector going and confirming who is available to operate at that event. In addition, the event organizer is responsible for everybody operating during that event. And so providing a list of vendors with their proper permitting, we do confirm that they have proper permitting as part of events that come through.
The city wouldn't accept that they just show up because, they want to be vendors after the fact. We don't know who's going to show up. City would maybe accept that for 1 year or 2 years.
I'm sorry. Could you
A
explain?
list of vendors, sometimes they don't know. Like if you have a pop-up event, sometimes you don't know who's going to be there in terms of list of vendors. It makes it a pop-up. Is there a window of time that the city would require for those businesses to have business license?
I mean, we
Yes.
would ideally want them issued before the start of the event. And we've had list of vendors that they haven't gotten their permitting up until the day before the event. And we've had to issue permits or licenses or other approvals for events the day before. Ideally, that is not what we would prefer to do.
No.
And that is why we have the limitations of when you need to submit for an event to allow for coordination with staff and your vendors and anybody else that's operating at your event to ensure that your paperwork's in order.
Which I believe is 45 days. And
85 days without city facilities, 90 with city facilities.
Got it. And if you rent the park out and you're a pop-up event, sometimes they just don't know who's going to be a vendor 90 days ahead. It's kind of the nature of the pop-up. And I think we've had this discussion before and the city didn't change it, but I think in the future, we should look at that as a city, the timeline. Thank you. Any other comments before we go for a motion on this public hearing? Is there a motion to approve the schedule of fees and charges for business license application fees and establishment of a one-day business license fee?
I make a motion to approve.
there a
Is
second?
there a first reading? I'm sorry, is there a first reading or anything? This is the second reading? Okay, so I make a motion to approve. Mhm.
Well, I'll amend that. I'll say, okay, we have a first motion to conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution amending the schedule of fees and charges for business licenses. Are we good? Okay, is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. And our next item is a public hearing item. And I'll just skip to the recommendation, which is to continue this item to the next council meeting scheduled for May 20th, 2024. And City Attorney, can we skip to the next one after this, or should we take this one at a time? Because it's essentially same developer.
One at a time.
Okay, one at a time then. So this is a public
Sorry.
hearing. Just asking for direction here. So it's a public hearing, but there is a recommendation to continue this item. Is there a motion to continue this
I'll
item?
make a motion.
Is there a second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, next one, similar consideration of a general plan amendment, and there is also a recommendation to continue this item to the next city council meeting scheduled for May 20th, 2024. Is there a motion to continue this item?
I'll make a
Is
motion.
there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, on to departmental reports. City Manager Santillan?
Oh, wait a
We,
minute.
we didn't
Agenda
open up.
Oh,
for
sorry,
public comment.
future agenda items.
Oh, did
We
we?
didn't open the public comments for the second.
Oh, we didn't even know, we didn't have a public
Oh.
hearing. We just had a
Yeah, the public hearing is postponed to a date certain, which is May 20th, 2024. So the public hearing will be held at the new date. I mean,
there's
you're
no need
welcome,
to
you're welcome
open.
to take public comment if you guys wish as a council, but you're not required to hold a public hearing right now.
What would
And
they
so-
be commenting on?
And
We
you're
don't
gonna
a
have to,
report. We don't have
exactly,
anything.
and you're gonna have to hold the public hearing at the next council meeting, so.
Got it. Okay. And then we will, we need to talk about future agenda items. Do we have any, I don't see it on the agenda. Do we have future agenda items on the agenda?
No.
You see it?
No.
It's not on here, but we can go through that on council reports,
Okay.
during that
Right.
time.
So we'll start with departmental reports. City Manager Santillan?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a few updates. As a reminder, the Mid-Valley Disposal Town Hall is on May 11th at the Portuguese Hall. Everyone in the public is invited to talk about the transition to Mid-Valley Disposal Services. And just a couple of updates for myself. As the council had previously directed, I did meet with the Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors the Friday before last, and had a good discussion with their board with regard to the city's proposal for services and a partnership, and they're scheduled to take up the item further at their next board meeting, which I believe is next Friday. And then speaking of the Chamber of Commerce, I attended the Raisin Festival on Saturday with my son, and it was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, got rained out a little bit, so we had to kind of leave the party early, but kudos to the Chamber of Commerce for putting on a great event, and that's all I have. Thank you.
City Attorney?
Nothing to report.
Deputy City Manager Keen?
Two items. The city with its consultant Ramey and Associates will be at the Selma Library, May 17th from 1:30 p.m. At 1:30 p.m. and May 18th, 9 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. To collect public comment with regard to the downtown strategic plan. I believe council was sent invites for that event. We have not heard back attendance. We would prefer to stagger as much as possible. Okay. So if you could send your anticipated RSVPs and we can plan accordingly. Unless you guys know when you're planning on attending now.
There were the email that was sent out by Deputy City Manager mentioned 3 potential time slots. So Friday at 9:30 for the open session, Saturday 9:30 a.m. And then there was a final kind of wrap up in the afternoon on Saturday for 1:30 p.m.
Is there a Brown Act situation if we don't meet and if we don't have council input, or?
Well, we are probably going to post an agenda anyway, just to avoid any of those potential issues. Mhm.
Second, if staff sent out and we held a workshop on the zoning code update, requesting comments from council, just a reminder, we would like to receive any comments you guys may have. We are anticipating bringing this forward in June. So any comments you guys have that we can incorporate into the update, or at least have discussion about some of those comments, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Administrative Services Director?
City currently has 8 active recruitments available, recruitment opportunities, which one of them does include the finance director, which is open until filled.
Thank you. Anybody taking Community Services Director? Ms. Martinez?
That would be me. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So I have a few things to update on. So tomorrow is the official first day of our T-ball season. So if you guys are free and want to swing by about 6 o'clock in the evening at Schaefer Park, we will be out there. We have about 118 players registered, so we created 12 teams total. So we have 12 volunteer head coaches with some assistants. Very excited about that. Our adult softball registration is now open as well. So if you guys are interested in playing on a team or want to encourage anybody in our community to play, it is $450 for up to 18 players, and it is co-ed, so both men and women are invited to play. Matilda just ended this weekend, and so the Selma Arts Center had a very successful show. Upcoming would be the next upcoming show is Jersey Boys, and so I know our seniors are very excited to attend that show. We have a scheduled date booked to take some seniors over to watch a show, and so that's very exciting. An update on Brettlinger Park. So if you guys have driven by Brettlinger Park, the playground equipment, it is going up and it looks wonderful. That project is scheduled to be completed hopefully by May 17th. So we're very close. This week, if I'm not mistaken, I believe on Wednesday, they're delivering a 14,000-pound rover that will be placed in the park via a crane. So very exciting stuff. Keep an eye out for that. We'll have a ribbon cutting to come soon, so we'll keep you posted on that. And then we did have a senior center construction meeting, kickoff meeting this past week. And so construction for the senior center should be kicking off hopefully by the end of this month. So that's some of the exciting news. The last thing is the City of Selma is working with QK for our Parks Master Plan. So I have sent you all an email hoping that you guys are able to participate in the stakeholder meeting. So it's a one-on-one interview scheduled for May 14th. There's time slots between, I believe, 8 in the morning to about 6 in the afternoon. So there is an email that I did send out to you along with other stakeholders in our community to hopefully get that positive, or maybe not all positive, but just that input from our community to see where we're going with our parks within the next few years. So that's all last one, I promise. Our summer series. Our department is currently working on a summer series for the summer. So we have 3 Friday nights that we're going to be planning events for our community. So the 2 first Friday nights will most likely be a movie in the park type event. And then the last Friday night, we are partnering with our downtown bid for a block party / kind of concert in the downtown area. So more information to come on that soon. And that is all. Thank you.
Fire Chief Webster?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got a few items to report. The first one, the RFP for the fire station closed. We did receive 2 proposals. I'll be working with Director Hahn on reviewing those this week. The fire captain's recruitment concluded a couple weeks back. I don't recall if I made any announcements regarding the positions. We had 2 internal candidates accept positions. They'll be introduced at a later time. Joey Frankmore was one of the candidates, and then Albert Rodriguez was the other. We did have a 3rd external candidate that retracted an offer due to him accepting a captain position at his home agency. The EMS supervisor position that was approved at mid-years, that individual began his official role today, which was exciting. We've had to backfill some paramedics within the ranks in order to free him up to begin that position officially. I would like to add that since mid-years, he's been tasked with cleaning up our billing division, and we're already seeing the fruits of his labor, so to speak, as the last couple of months have been close to records in regards to revenues from the ambulance division, which is a huge help to our department. The Other items that I have are fire apparatus for the last few months have been kind of plagued with mechanical issues, and I've been working with Director Hahn as well as Fresno County Fire Protection District. We're fortunate that they have an entire mechanic division here in Del Rey, which is very convenient for us, and they're very familiar with our equipment. So fire season is rapidly approaching, as you have mentioned, beginning of the meeting. And so we're actively working towards getting all of our staff as well as our equipment prepared for the upcoming fire season. It's been a wet year and there's a lot of grass out there and it's already starting to turn. So, end of report.
Thank you, Chief. City Clerk, Public Information Officer.
Mayor, council members, members of the public. Exciting news, the Freeway Caltrans project is they're anticipating that this phase will be finalized this month with the Floral Avenue ramp opening by May 20th. Highland and Rose project, all the paving was completed as of today with striping to begin later this week. The Valley View Storm Drain project, phase 2 is scheduled to begin next week. Street closures for phase 2 will be on McCall to Whitson with detour signs will be in place for that. And that's all I have.
Great, thank you. Public Works Director Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Only a couple things to report, all good news though. One is the bid opening for the Brettlinger Fence project will happen this Thursday. So we're excited about getting that off the ground and get it finished. We're trying to wrap up some projects before school's out for the kids. So Brettlinger Park was a big one, but the other really good news was last week we finished the roof on the Salazar Center with Fresno Roofing Company. So I'm working with Matt and the building department to actually go through and give us a final look and a final sign off for that part of that construction to be completed. And then we'll move into trying to see if we can get some of the other items remedied, like the drywall that needs to be replaced and maybe some flooring overlayment where we have the asbestos tiles that we don't want to remove. We are allowed legally to linoleum or carpet over them. It's when we start pulling them loose that we run into a problem where we have abatement. So we're trying to finish that project up by mid-June so that the kids can get out of weed and seed and back into the Salazar Center where they belong. With that being said, we also came up with an extra slide that was ordered that we are going to actually try to get installed for the slide that's at Salazar Center that's just dilapidated and needs to be replaced. So we're kind of working on trying to get that thing implemented as well. The last thing that I have is that we did finish our storm drain cleaning. The truck was returned Tuesday of last week to Haker and to Larry. And we are currently I'm working with my staff to put together a slide presentation, which will probably be sometime mid-June, that will really elaborate on what we've uncovered and what we've discovered in that infrastructure. And that's all.
Going in for Chief Alcaraz, Sergeant Guzman.
I have nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Then we'll move on to council reports. And so can we request a future agenda item at this time during our report?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so we'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
I don't have very much to report. It was kind of a quiet couple weeks, but I did attend a virtual you did? Thank you. I did attend a virtual ribbon cutting here on the city of Huron, partnered up with the Fresno Housing Authority to build the very first city hall. And so not only did they build the city hall, but they also built, I believe it was 60 units of affordable housing. And so one of the things that I liked that they said was that affordable housing, basically it's more of a, 30% of your income should go to housing. No more than that should go to housing. And I think a lot of people are paying a lot more than that. But that was basically what I have for today. The other thing I wanted to mention is I know there's been a lot of water, so I know that that's why a lot of the weeds are growing. But just I know you guys are going to get to the, all the public works and making everything look nice again. So, and just thank you to staff for all their hard work. Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Trillo.
Yeah, so I really also just, yesterday, I think I arrived from Alaska, so I was gone for about 10, 12 days. But I do want to tell our staff, thank you for all the hard work they're out there doing. You know, sometimes we will come with you with all our residents' concerns and things, and we overlook the fact that you guys are really doing a really good job. And, you know, as much as you guys are, doing. So for all the staff, I want to commend you guys, police, fire, public works, staff internally. You guys are doing a great job, and I really appreciate it. And we also have our own lives to live at the same time that we have businesses. So, but we see everything, and I, for myself, I really commend all you guys for all the hard work. Aside of that, I do not have anything else to do. Say.
Thank you. Councilmember Guerra?
I know, but at this time, are we supposed to say what we want to see on the next agenda?
Yeah, that's the time.
That's what I thought. Okay, just clarifying. Okay, what I would like to see, and this is what comes up, it's the brush on the canals. Because they're getting really high. Is that Public Works responsibility or is it CID's responsibility?
That would be CID.
So who gets in, who contacts CID to take care of it? Does the city contact them or? Higher?
So the weed abatement efforts are handled by code enforcement initially. So notices get sent out
Okay.
to all of the properties that have seasonal grasses or whatever the case may be. And so that's the first step. And so those notifications go out to all property owners, including CID or whoever it may be. And then that process takes place all the way through to abatement.
And then housing development. Can I get an update on the housing? Because I keep getting calls as to, I know this was mentioned and you weren't able to say anything at that time, Jerome, so I just want to know, are you able to say anything now or give us an update in the future? Because it's been over 60 days.
I get a lot of calls from housing developers. The specific developer has not submitted an application for their final map, but they have inquired about notice to proceed for Amberwood sewer line in anticipation of that project, at which time they will submit their map. So as of right now, I cannot bring up who the developer is.
I think it might be helpful to provide a timeline or an update on the groundbreaking for Amberwood.
In terms of for Amberwood, we're anticipating notice to proceed here in the next week or so, at which time the contractor would be able to go pull appropriate encroachment permits or conditional encroachment permits with Fresno County. The city is also working with Fresno County to transfer right-of-way from the county to the city to allow for construction and maintenance of our sewer line once it's installed, which is anticipated to go in June to the Board of Supervisors and then be brought to City Council for ratification. So in terms of groundbreaking, we're anticipating within the next 30 days for sewer line.
For sewer line, but no developer or developer is requesting a contract or stating they want to build homes here.
I mean, they would submit an application for a final map to create lots as part of the subdivision out at Amberwood. So
Okay.
until we have a submitted application, we don't have an applicant proposing, but we do receive calls and inquiries on a constant basis about anticipated timeline for Amberwood from both property owner representation who are fielding offers from multiple developers as well as the singular developer.
So we did have a contract at one point with Lennar, or we did not?
Are you referring to the reimbursement agreement?
No.
Right. Which contract are you referring to, Councilmember Guerra?
Well, all the homes that they showed us their homes that they wanted to build, the track. I mean, they gave us the whole thing.
So that was the tentative subdivision map, which was submitted by the property owner, which is the Serimian family. However, they were working in partnership at the time with Lennar as part of the development of the first phase in Amberwood. Since that time, there have been changes with with who the property owner has been working with. We don't know for sure which builder is we can't disclose which builder is going to build the first phase at their request. But once that final map is submitted with the building plans
Mhm.
eventually coming in for the construction of the homes, we'll be able to disclose that.
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
It's a matter of public record at the time that it's submitted.
okay, so we don't have a timeline at this point.
We don't have a specific timeline, but I anticipate once Amberwood groundbreaking occurs, that the application will be filed shortly after that.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to my events that I attended. Okay, I attended the Fresno County Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony for our fallen officer, Gonzalo Carrasco Jr. And it was a beautiful ceremony. I mean, they just did a fabulous job, and to see his family and his son, I think I'm gonna get a little emotional. But it was amazing. His son is growing up really quickly, and it's too bad that he's not here to see that. I attended the Raisin Festival on Friday night to honor our NCAA wrestling champion, Richard Figueroa II. It was very nice to have his father escort him in his patrol vehicle along with the other officers and fire. You guys, that was amazing. Did a great job. Thank you for that. And it was great to have his family there and the wrestling family that was there to also witness that, because he was out even getting autographs. That was amazing for kids to be able to see that and look at him and say, I want to do that. I may have a chance. So let's pray for him that he does a repeat for next year. That's what his goal is. So hopefully he'll come through. I also attended an SKF chairman barbecue. It was really nice to see the employees and the staff. I mean, they were all excited about an award. It was a victory for them. So that was great to see them. And then I also attended the Knights of Columbus Scholarship Dinner Dance, which was a great event. Again, they were able to give out about seven scholarships to our high school kids. So that was a great event there. And then just on a personal note, I will be out there tomorrow night to see my grandbaby. She is playing t-ball, so I'm excited. That's it for me.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. Okay, I went to a few things. I went to a top 25 award at a high school, and they salute the top 25. They had 28 because the last four tied for 4.0. So everybody above it was over 4 point something. So we got a really good group of smart kids. Also last weekend was the Golden Grad reunion. They are everybody that's graduated after 50 years. So on their luncheon, they had almost 400 people at Abraham Lincoln School. Since you do after 50 years, I guess you have to celebrate every year because you need to. Then I did attend the Asian Festival at the Fresno City College. I saw the Pack Fight 30, and we will be having Pack Fight 31, August 31 at Pioneer Village this year. Lions Club did the Christian Cafe and fed over 40 people. Raisin Festival, of course, I was in the celebration saluting the young man. He was really good. And first time, I can't remember ever in 20, 30 years that we got rained out, because I did never remember a Raisin Festival being rained out. But Sunday was a beautiful day. We finished it up with a lot of people out there. On May 15th is the Chamber Mixer. Well, it's going to be at KFC. So you guys want to go check out KFC on that mixer? That will be on next Wednesday. And that's it.
All right, I presented the certificate of recognition to Richard Figueroa, the NCAA wrestler, and he said that he's going to be trying out for the Olympics in LA in 4 years. So that would be amazing for Selma if we had an Olympic wrestler. It'd be so awesome. Great guy. And his sister's a great wrestler too. I delivered the State of the City talk to Selma Rotary. Thank them for their invitation. Rose Robertson, Councilmember Guerra, and I visited Selma's one of their newest businesses, INJ Flooring, to welcome them because we were unable to attend the Chamber of Commerce ribbon cutting event. I attended the COG and the FCRTA meetings. It was a privilege to vote for the transit-oriented development grant to the City of Selma for $263,000. That sailed right through, so thank you to staff for putting in that request. That went right through. Caltrans told me at the COG meeting when I asked that the consultant, once the consultant for the city gets the cultural reference check, because the city is widening the road and that triggers a cultural reference check, it should be done in a week. They should be able to turn that around. So if it's not happening, please let me know before the next COG meeting so I can ask the Caltrans rep at the meeting what's going on. I attended the Knights of Columbus dinner dance at St. Joseph's. It was good to see August there. They sounded very good. Let's see, I want to say congratulations to SKF. I attended their chairman's barbecue along with Councilmember Guerra, and the SKF won the wastewater collection system of the year. So they're rightfully very proud of that. And that was a big deal for them, and it's a symbol of their excellence. And I really appreciate the services they provide to all the cities. I had my first Safe Route to School subcommittee meeting at COG. That was an hour before COG last Thursday. And there's going to be money that just comes down to the school district. So I really hope that the school superintendents that did not get their reports back, unfortunately Selma's one of them, will get their report back so that they can be available, they can be eligible for the funding. It's money that COG has that is eligible, and it's too bad the school board member didn't stay for comments, because that's something that could really benefit the city and the kids to help out those routes to school. I attended the Officer Carrasco Memorial Ceremony at the Fresno County Sheriff's at the courthouse square. That was very touching. And I attended the Visaki services at the Ravinder Das Gurdwara in Selma. And with that, we will conclude our comments, and I will ask for one item for the next meeting, which is to put ordinance 1234 on the agenda for revision, the cost recovery ordinance that we've been talking about tonight. And it sounds like a lot of costs center along that. That is going to be a huge factor in terms of being able to revise those special event permits that we talked about tonight. And we could certainly do that in conjunction with that discussion of the special event permit and the fees for that.
Just to clarify, Mayor, place the item on the agenda for discussion, or I don't know if we'll be able to turn around an ordinance amendment in that short amount of time. You're talking about this next agenda for May 20th?
So any discussion of changing the fee structure, I believe, on the special events would involve the cost recovery.
Correct.
And so I would like to make sure that we set it up so it's not just discussion on the ordinance, but it's something that we could get the ball rolling on.
Take action on. Yeah, and my point being that I don't know if May 20th is feasible for us.
I'm not saying it is. Yeah,
okay.
whenever it's feasible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
staff.
I understood
know,
the next
budget
agenda.
time's coming. There's
Okay.
a million things going on, but as soon as we can get that, it'd be great.
Gotcha.
Thanks a lot. All right, with that, we'll adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. Good evening.